She turned to Samuel. So what's this all about? The enormity of her ignorance struck him as tragic. This was about the end of all things as they knew it. About the beginning of something either very good or very bad. How could he explain this to two kids who were for the moment preoccupied with snapping shorts and painting nails? The door opened, saving Samuel from an answer. One look at Andrew and Samuel's gut tightened. The man's face was white. Raoul looked concerned as well, but not like Andrew. Perhaps Raoul had more faith in Christine than Andrew did. They crossed the room and sat opposite Christine and Tyler. His father regarded them with unusual gravity. Christine glanced at Samuel, any trace of a smile now gone. What's wrong? At least that much is obvious, David said. He drew a deep breath. Christine, Tyler, we are very proud of you both. In fact, it is my confidence in you that brings you here. I've watched you both and I see that your character is strong. He smiled. Christine folded her hands. Thank you, sir. Tyler followed her example. Thank you, sir. Good. Then let me tell you what I just told Andrew and Raoul. Billy has challenged the school's prevailing rule of love in the first debate of its kind in the history of Project Showdown. He let the statement settle in. A debate? Tyler asked. Billy's arguing against love. What on earth would make him do that? He first to go in. He convinced Darcy to follow. This morning Billy issued his challenge. He'll argue against our assertion that love leads to the Creator and that the discovery of love is the point of our lives. It seems he's found something besides love to satisfy him. The debate will be held tomorrow before all the students. In the end, a 2/3 vote by the students will determine the course we will take. If Billy wins, he will determine what is taught here and who teaches it. He will also establish new rules, which can be overthrown only by a similar challenge and a 2/3 vote. Christine jumped up. He's a fool. She relaxed her fists and sat. Forgive me. I meant no disrespect, but he's the biggest fool. Not only for entering the tunnels, but for thinking that he can persuade 2 or 3, much less 2/3 of us to side with any twisted philosophy he tosses out. Why can't we just lock Billy up? Tyler asked. Samuel watched his father. Not even the teachers knew the real reason. Though what the overseers accepted as truth was compelling enough. What good would it do to create a monastery full of noble savages with the potential to reshape society, and then, having failed, to lock them up? If they ultimately failed, then they would be put back into society to continue with the rest of spoiled humankind. But if the children survived tests like this one, they would be even stronger in their faith, and their impact on society would be even greater. This is what the teachers believed. And part of it was true. But only part of it. Samuel's father finally spoke. We can't, Tyler. You'll have to trust me on that. No one is forced here. The effects of forcing Billy's hand could be far more devastating than any of us imagines. Samuel wondered if the two teachers caught his father's insinuation that the stakes were higher than they knew. What kind of rule is that? Excuse the interruption. Not only a student, but one of 5 that he chooses, David said. It's a rule that places the ultimate responsibility in any one of the students' hands. We are only as strong as our weakest links, both in life and in here. Billy put 5 students' names forward. I have chosen you, Christine. Me. It should be Samuel. Samuel wasn't an option. It will be you. Raoul cleared his throat. I must express my objection. I think we're going too fast. Having this debate tomorrow is premature. She needs time to prepare. No, that's not our call, Andrew responded. I've looked up the rules. The debate must be held within 24 hours. It was odd that even the teachers were foggy on the rules of debate, Samuel thought. Then again, they'd never had to know. What on earth for? Raoul demanded. If the future of the monastery is at hand, We should all tread carefully. David held up a hand. We've been treading carefully for 12 years. As it is now, Billy hardly stands a chance. The more time we give him, the stronger his argument will become. Time favors him, not us. The debate will be held tomorrow morning. And Billy will debate me. Christine asked, still unconvinced. You know what he's going to argue, Samuel said. I say throw it back in his face. Make him grovel and cry for mercy. That earned him a few smiles. Oh, you can bet I will. Trying to argue that love has no trajectory, much less one set for our maker, is like trying to argue that we are nothing more than a sea of slugs, inching aimlessly about in the dark. You're sure this is the basis of his argument? I doubt arguments end there. You'll do fine, Christine. She nodded. And what happens to Billy when he's defeated? Nothing. Nothing. Could he cast another challenge? Not for 3 days. I think it is too soon, Raoul said. They're still children, for heaven's sake. They could drag us all down. Then, in the eyes of some, our project will have failed, David said. Chapter 14. Paradise. Friday morning. Paula wandered around her house without really knowing what she was doing. Oh, she did the dishes and made the bed, but she knew there was something else she should be doing. Problem was figuring it out. It came to her out of nowhere. A blue streak of desire so deep that she gasped right there in her hallway. Want a trip, baby? She left the house and walked up the street toward the church. The streets were still deserted, and the thumping sound was still coming from behind the house. Get a clue, Steve. Please. Want a trip? Her pulse quickened and she quickened her pace. Steve could rot in hell for all she cared. She found the front doors to the church locked. They were never locked. She walked to the side and entered through the office, hoping that Stanley and that fat secretary of his had left for lunch early or something. Now come on, Paula. You have no right calling people fat. That could be you in 20 years. But she is fat. Paula walked through the kitchen to the back stairs. Fat as a cow. Hello, Paula. Paula gasped, startled. Nancy stood in the back office doorway holding a large brown grocery bag. She wore a yellow cotton dress that made Paula think of a gunny sack with 2 holes cut out. Don't scare me like that, Paula said. Where is everybody? Nancy stared at her and held up the bag as though apologetic. I just had to run to the store. She walked into the office without another word. Paula breathed a quick sigh of relief and turned down the stairwell. See, now there was another weird thing. Nancy was fat enough as it is. No need to clean out Claude's store. Want a trip? Huh, like I do. Paula stopped halfway down the stairs, her heart in her throat. What was she doing? Where was she going, anyway? Down to the basement. To divide bone and marrow. Down to her office too. Trip. Or at least to check on her Sunday school room, just to make sure that everything was in order for Sunday service. Never could take the responsibility of teaching the children too seriously, right? Never. When she landed on the gray carpet and rounded the corner to the all-purpose room, tingles were sweeping through her belly. Goosebumps fanned out at the base of her skull. You shouldn't be here, Paula. Trip, trip, trip. Say it like that, baby. Say it like you mean it. The room yawned vacant and still. She stepped across it lightly, barely breathing. The door to her office was cracked, but she often left it open. It was her office all right, given to her as the Sunday school coordinator. The sign on the door said it in brass. Paula reached the office, ran her sleeve over the brass plate, glanced back to the empty under. The room was indeed empty, and an awful sense of disappointment ran through her chest. Yeah, I'll show you how to trip, you freak show. Her anger surprised her. Trip this. She flicked the air with her tongue. Now that was forward. She did it again. Goodness, she was a regular sex Bomb. Paula stepped into her office and sighed. What had she come here for? Again. A large black body moved to her left and she yelped. Then she saw the whole of him, and her peripheral vision clouded. He stood there, tall, dressed in the same black trench coat he seemed never to take off, smiling under those sapphire eyes. Marsuvies. The initial shock fell away, and a cold wave of relief washed down her back. She smiled sheepishly. He raised his shoulders in a shrug and chuckled. A low, empty chuckle that echoed through the room and bounced around in her skull. Paula felt a stab of fear. Paula. Ha. He ended her name with air, and then clacked his teeth shut. As if taking a small bite out of the air. Her name came to her like a soothing salve. An image of him standing up at the pulpit, commanding the attention of every last soul in town, ran through her mind. Hi. Her voice sounded like a squeak. I didn't mean to startle you. I just thought you might come here and... He smiled warmly. Well, I wanted to show you something. See. He's so gentle, really. Just like in my dreams. He looked at her without moving for a long time, until she thought she could feel the heat coming to her from those blue eyes. You know the story about the woman caught in adultery? He asked. Her heart skipped a beat. Yes. He took a step toward her. You know, now there's a story of grace, Paula. I mean real grace. Don't you think? Wanna trip, baby, huh? Wanna, I guess. She took a step backward. Do you want to know what the truth of it was, Paula? I'll tell you. The truth of it was that the woman was no worse than the rest of them. They were all the same. All covered by grace. That's the truth of it, Paula. You have any bad thoughts toward anybody lately? Like Steve maybe. Because if you have, you are no better than that woman there in the story. What was he saying? Of course she knew what he was saying. He was saying that if you think it, you might as well do it. The consequences are the same. The consequences are the same, Paula, Marsuvies said. Either way, you don't get stoned. She was feeling that tingle in her belly again. Wanna trip with me? Wanna, baby? Yes, she said. She wasn't sure whom she had said yes to then. Maybe to herself. She had stayed faithful to Steve for 15 years without so much as looking at another man. Not that there was much to look at around here, but she'd never even had the desire. Now a man sent from God was hitting on her, telling her there was plenty of grace to go around, and Steve was sitting in the backyard losing his mind. Maybe she was losing hers as well. He'd said that he was here to prepare them to something evil that would kill them if they didn't see things his way. He'd come to bring them the sword of truth. Marsuvies walked toward her. A wave of heat broke over her crown and cascaded down her shoulders. She could feel tiny beads of sweat popping from the pores on her forehead. It occurred to her that she wasn't wearing any makeup. If he gets too close, he'll see the pimple on my jaw. Thank goodness she'd taken a shower. Wanna trip with me? Yes, she said again, and this time she knew she was answering that voice. In her head. Yes, yes, yes. No, Paula. No, no, no. This isn't grace and hope. It's love. Love, 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 love. Do you want to trip? Do you want love? Yes. Marsuvies came within a foot of her and reached a hand to her face. She stood there trembling, wanting his touch unlike she had wanted anything in her memory. She looked into his eyes, deep, where they became sapphire pools of safety. His hand rose to her cheek and then ever so lightly he touched her, at the corner of her parted lips. She closed her eyes and let her mind fall. Meet me here, he whispered into her ear. She caught a faint whiff of his breath. It smelled sanitized, like rubbing alcohol. After the meeting, shivered with pleasure and edged forward, wanting to feel his body more than she imagined possible. Tomorrow night, precious. Then everything will make sense. He pulled back. Yes, she said. His saliva began to dry cool on her cheek. Tomorrow night. She opened her eyes. He was gone. Gone. Her heart crashed to the ground, as if it had been held in a glass that someone dropped. She hurried to the door and scanned the outer room. Empty. Paula walked shakily to her desk and sat down heavily. What was she thinking? Bile rose to her throat and she felt she might throw up, right here on the desk. Paula set her head in her hands and began to sob. But they really weren't sobs of horror or remorse anymore. They were sobs of self-pity. She wanted to trip. Chapter 15. The Monastery. Friday morning. You're putting words in my mouth, Paul cried. Did I say I want to go down? Sure you did, Darcy replied. Want is part of curiosity. We all know you want. Now it is only a matter of your rights. He looked confused, Billy thought. But he was caving already. It had been Darcy's idea to pursue the other students so soon. If I went for it, then Paul will go for it. And if Paul goes for it, there's no telling how many we can get. It had been her idea, but Billy made it his task. They would approach students strategically, beginning with Paul. Well, swallow this, Paul. Darcy pressed. As you said, Paul. And you're quite correct in saying. You possess full control over what is yours. Such as your will, and your rights. See, and you were prepared for a long drawn-out argument. But it is very simple, really. You do have the right to do whatever you wish. But it is wrong. Says who? Says them. But it is your right to decide what's right. Right. My right. Yes, Billy said. And we know what you want. You want to go to the lower levels and have a peek. Like Darcy did. Because you look at Darcy here, and you think she looks quite well for one who's done the forbidden. And now you want to know what it feels like. Paul's hesitation told Billy that he had his third convert. It took another 20 minutes of discussion, slowly whittling down Paul's increasingly meager objections, to get to the final point. So there you have it, Darcy said, grinning. So there I have it. Just like that. Just like that. Let's go. Paul balked. Go. What do you mean go? Just go. Yes. You exercise your will and you just go. Anything less would be denial of what your heart and your mind are telling you. Darcy stood. Come on. Paul stood shakily. I don't know. Of course you don't. How can you know what you haven't tried? Look at me. Do I look worse off? She scratched her neck, and Billy wondered if Paul noticed her light rash. Just a peek. Just a peek. Okay. But just a peek. Billy chuckled and slapped Paul on the back. Just a peek. Don't worry. This will all be moot tomorrow anyway. How's that? Billy glanced at Darcy and winked. I've challenged the monastery rules. No one knows yet, but tomorrow I'll defeat Christine in a debate and open the lower tunnels for all the students. I will. Billy stood to his feet and brushed off his pants. You ready? Now. Why not? Just a peek, Paul. That's all you owe yourself. One small peek. They stood in the vestibule, facing the huge black doors, three wide-eyed children. It's so dark down here, Paul said. Billy pushed the black doors open. Don't be a wuss, Paul. You'll love it. The fear you're feeling is part of the fun. You'll see, I promise. Billy and Darcy stepped past the door and waved Paul in. Come on. He walked toward them as if each step might set off a landmine. Funny, how terrified he was. Billy's longing for the study was already mushrooming. Hurry up, you spineless brat. Then Paul's head was in, craning for a view. Don't just stand there gawking. Come in. Paul stepped all the way in. But his heart remained outside, bouncing around the vestibule like a super ball. The thought made Billy chuckle. He pushed the door closed behind Paul. Clunk. They were in. Paul's words to Darcy rang in Billy's ears. You went in there. As if he thought she had tasted death itself. Open your mouth, Paul boy. How does it taste? 3 thick pink worms writhed slowly under the torch's light on their right. Glistening bands of mucus trailed behind them. Billy could feel Paul trembling beside him. Wow. Darcy giggled. Yeah, wow. I told you you'd like it. A faint rash had flowered on Darcy's lily-white Dutch neck. The same rash he'd developed. The tunnels had this effect. It was probably some kind of atmospheric thing. Wow. The worms' pungent odor filled Billy's nostrils and made him impatient. He didn't have time for this nonsense. Come on. He turned and walked into the far right tunnel, leading the way with the torch. And then he was running toward the study, with Darcy at his side and Paul stumbling behind them, saucer-eyed. They spent 20 minutes with Paul in the study, putting up with his foolishness. The dark passage sent him around a bend. He literally bounced off the walls of the small study, touching the books and examining the furniture. Enough to make Billy wonder if they'd made a mistake in bringing him. Billy wanted to spend their time here exploring or writing, not bouncing around like a lunatic. The distraction was annoying. Infuriating. What's this? Paul asked. You're writing a story together. Billy turned to the desk where Paul held his journal open, reading. He and Darcy had stayed below deep into the night, exploring and reading. And writing. In the end, mostly writing, a continuation of the story he'd begun on his own. Darcy insisted on writing the women in it. It takes a woman to know a woman's true desires, she said. He chuckled and she lost herself, bent over the book, intoxicated by her own creative power as much as anything else in the dungeon. Put the book down. Mind your own business. Jiminy Cricket, Billy. Paul dropped the book onto the desk where it landed with a slap. I was thinking maybe I could write with you, but you've turned into a raging monster. We're not saying you can't do things with us, Darcy said. But you have to take a deep breath and calm down. All your questions are getting a bit annoying. Paul seemed to shrug off her rebuke. He looked past the gate at the tunnel. You want to go exploring? Billy and Darcy exchanged a glance. We've already explored. Well, maybe I'll find another bedroom or something. Or maybe I can try one of the other halls. Billy faced him, angered by the suggestion without knowing why. His privacy was being trampled, though it had been at his insistence that Paul had come. We have only one torch, Darcy said. Then come with me. Billy did want to explore, but the thought of spending any more time with the walking mouth called Paul made him nauseated. No, and the torch stays here. Paul wasn't put off. Then we'll make another. Without waiting for their approval, he stripped off his shirt. Billy watched as he tied it into a knot, thrust it onto the end of an old broom handle he'd found in the corner, and turned the old torch upside down over his contraption. Fuel leaked in flaming drips, igniting Paul's shirt. He laughed with delight and jumped aside to avoid a thin line of flame dripping to the floor. You won't have long, Billy said. Maybe half an hour before that thing burns out and leaves you in the dark. Trust me, you don't want to get caught in those tunnels without a light. Paul left the study without another word. It's the tunnels. Yeah, well I hope he runs out of fuel and a bunch of centipedes get to him. Or something. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? The idea grew on Billy. Maybe, if they were so fortunate, one of the big worms or a big leech or something would suck the blood from his head. We should follow him and lock him into a tunnel, Darcy said. Let him starve. What? You have a problem with him suddenly. She smiled. He just irritates me suddenly. Touché. What do we do? She looked at the desk. Right. Billy sighed and walked to the book. He sat down, picked up his pen, and let his mind fall into the story. The world around him faded. Every word he wrote swallowed his senses entirely, leaving nothing left for distraction. He forgot about Paul. About the monastery. About the study. Even about Darcy, until she plopped down beside him, knocking his arm. He grunted and looked at her. Oh, it is Darcy. And then he went back to drawing his pen across the paper. For a long time the only sounds he heard were sounds of heavy breathing. And the scratching of pens. Those and the voices from his story in which he'd lost himself. Billy filled a page and turned to the next, dabbing his pen in the inkwell as he did. He used red because red was the color of blood and blood brought life and death. A scream echoed faintly in his mind and he thought, the people in my story are screaming. He pressed, grew louder, and he absently wondered if it was from pleasure or pain, because he couldn't tell by the sound alone. He would have to see their faces. He smiled at that. The scream ripped through his skull like a blaring siren and he jerked upright. He swung to Darcy and saw her wide eyes. She'd heard it too. As one they spun to the door. Paul stumbled up to the gate and pulled up, panting. He'd lost his torch. Black streaks ran down his bared chest. He gawked at them with round eyes. Then, as if a film director had called cut, he straightened, grinned, and walked into the study. Paul stood there in the flickering light, breathing hard and smiling stupidly. Something wet matted his hair and leaked down onto his face. Hey, he said. Billy just stared. He should be writing instead of babysitting this hyperactive punk. Where you been? Darcy asked. Billy heard annoyance in her demand too. Around. Billy felt his mind drifting back to the story he'd been writing, but then he remembered that Paul had come screaming down the hall like a maniac, and he thought maybe it would be interesting to find where the bugger had been. What did you find? I found some stuff to eat, Paul said, holding out his hand. Billy and Darcy stepped forward and looked into the outstretched hand. The same gooey substance on his chest filled his palm. What is it? Darcy asked. It's like honey, he said, raising his hand to his mouth. He licked at his palm slowly, not bothering to remove his eyes from them as his tongue dipped into the mucus and withdrew back into his mouth. He swallowed and smiled. Honey. He held out his hand. Try some. Looked familiar, but Billy couldn't place it. He impulsively reached out, rolled his index finger through Paul's open palm, and brought the honey to his lips. Only it wasn't honey. Tasted like nothing. He swallowed it, wondering where Paul had found the stuff. It didn't taste too bad, really. He reached for another helping as Darcy went for her first. The room seemed to shift around him. He blinked and stared around. The furniture moved to the dancing flames. Wow, it's like a drug. He looked at Darcy, who was smiling and nodding, like a reflection in a distorted carnival mirror. He turned back to Paul. You lost your torch. Yeah, can I write with you guys? Billy was too amiable to disagree. He shrugged. There wasn't enough room for three at the small writing table, so they made. Paul moved to the coffee table, where he dropped to his haunches and opened one of the journals. They answered his questions about the story but finally told him to shut his mouth and just write something. He frowned in protest. But he did shut his mouth. An hour passed before Darcy's voice interrupted Billy's stupor. The light's dying. He jerked his head up. The flame was indeed waning. Billy grabbed the torch from the wall. Okay, let's go. He led them back down. No way to relight it, and he didn't fancy stumbling through pitch-black tunnels. He glanced at the wall and saw one of the worms throbbing in the light. Wormhole. We'll call it Wormhole. He looked at another oozing that familiar gel. An image of Paul smiling, holding out an open palm, popped into his mind. And he slid to a halt. Paul and Darcy ran past and then pulled up. What? Darcy asked, breathing hard. Billy brought the flame closer to one of the worms. Its excretions oozed down the wall, a thick mucus reeking of week-old socks. That same odor he'd come to love. But something else tugged at his mind. Paul stood smiling at the worm, eyes flashing in the flickering flame. He walked past Billy and scraped his fingers along the wall, through the worm's trail. His hand came away dripping with the mucus. He sniffed his hand, sampled the creamy gel, and stuffed what remained into his right pocket. He looked up to Billy. "We should take some of this up with us, don't you think?" For a moment Billy didn't know what to think. On one hand, the mere thought that he had ingested these gargantuan slugs. Chapter 16. Paradise. Friday. For the first time since Marsuvi's Black came to town, Johnny began to feel the deadening effects of the poison. The sluggishness hit him as he ran behind Smithers' saloon and angled for home by way of the back alley. On his right, Katie's nails and tan shifted. He pulled up and caught his breath. The building looked normal, but he could have sworn the wall on his right shimmered, then returned to its solid state. Johnny began to run. His head pounded with a dull ache. What was happening to them? Whatever it was, things were getting worse. Why wasn't anyone coming in from Delta? They might still be in some kind of storm, but wouldn't anyone notice that there were no calls or anything coming out of Paradise? Then again, hardly anything ever came out of Paradise. He stopped by the back door, settled himself, and looked back toward the alley. Seemed normal enough now, except for the wind and dust and leaves and the constant dusk, even though it was midday, but at least he was seeing normal. He pushed into the house and stood stock still. Howling wind outside, total silence inside. Mom. He hurried to her room, dreading what he might find. Sally was still in bed, sheet pulled over her head. He had to make another decision. Either. Johnny stared at his mother's prone form and thought about that. If Black wasn't who he claimed to be, then he was the opposite. A liar, a snake, the devil himself maybe. Whoever he was, the people of Paradise were following him like lambs. Either to safer pastures or to the slaughter. But which? A shaft of pain ran through his head. Johnny pressed a hand against the spot, and strode up to his mother's bed. The frustration pent up in his chest boiled over. He tightened both hands into fists and yelled at her. "Mom." Sally groaned. Again, long-winded this time. "Mom mmm." This time she jerked her head up and twisted it around. What? Her eyes were round and lost, surrounded by dark circles. "What are you doing?" she asked. Looking at her haggard face, Johnny was at a loss for words. "What do you think you're doing standing at the end of my bed like some crazy bat? Bat. Get out of here, Johnny." She thrust her finger at the door. "Get out of my room. It's going crazy, Mom. Do you know what time?" "What's going crazy?" "You're going crazy, boy. Listen to yourself." He stepped forward, not back. "I'm your son and you're yelling at me like I'm a crazy bat. You were dreaming of bats, weren't you? Only it was Black who was the bat, not me." He tapped his chest. "This is Johnny, not a bat. You've been sleeping for over 14 hours and your eyes are glazed over and you're yelling at me when all I'm trying to do is wake you up because the world is falling down around our ears." Sally stared at him, taken aback. Then she turned and dropped on her back. Hands on her face. She exhaled forcefully and groaned. "Sorry. I don't know what my problem is." She stalled. "I do. It's that stuff Katie gave you yesterday. And I don't think that's all. Black's destroying our town. Please, Johnny, not this again. Take a look. Just look outside and tell me it is all fine." She propped herself on her elbows, stared at him with dazed eyes, and finally agreed. "Fine." 30 seconds later they stood at the front door peering out into the dust-whipped dusk at midday. She'd see it now, Johnny was sure of it. His head hammered with pain, then settled into a numb buzz. The sky brightened. The wind eased. The dust settled. The sun broke through. For a few inexplicable moments Paradise seemed less in the clutches of a dark storm than weathering a common summer wind. Johnny lost track of time. A musty scent filled his nose. Tastes like nothing. He wouldn't mind tasting that nothing. And Sally said, "So we have a storm." Johnny swallowed and his vision cleared. More accurately, he cleared his vision. Or had he? Somewhere in the back of his mind his mother's voice, not the response he was looking for. But this new mystery swallowed his mind. He blinked and stared out at the street, relaxing, searching for what he'd just seen. Again the air cleared. Again the wind eased. Again the sky lightened. His concentration faded, but he forced himself to focus. The facade vanished. Dark clouds hung low overhead. Was that what his mom was seeing? This is what his mom was seeing. They didn't see what he saw. They were somehow blinded to the true nature of the darkness that had settled over paradise. So then Black's drug not only opened their eyes to things that weren't really happening, but it blinded them from seeing what was happening. Unless all of it really was happening. Worst case. Or unless Johnny was seeing paradise as dark and terrible when it really wasn't. A little wind never hurt anyone, Sally said, leaving Johnny by the door. He turned inside. How dark is it out there? I mean, are the clouds black? Dark. It's a windstorm, not a rainstorm. But there's clouds. Her eyebrows met. You're not serious, right? That's what I see. Then you're seeing things again. It's overcast, but not black. So, he was right. Then again, who was seeing the sky as it really was? He or his mom? Mom, would you do something for me if I begged you to do it? Something. That may seem stupid but to me is real important. She sat on the couch and leaned her head back. What? Don't drink any more water. And don't leave the house or touch any more of that stuff Katie's drinking. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. But she didn't answer. Johnny thought she might be going back to sleep. Mom. What? Did you hear me? Hear what? Wind whistled by outside. He closed the door and repeated himself. Sure, Johnny. Whatever you say. Johnny's head began to throb again, but he kept focus. Promise me. Sally's eyes closed and her mouth parted slightly. She was lost to the. He left his mother sprawled on the couch and went in search of the water. Maine. The music drummed through his mind. That incredible, haunting music that Peter and his father and Chris had been lurching to. Roland had seen his mother leave the house and make her way in the direction of the church. His father was gone. Probably at the bar. That left him alone in the house. Last night he was frightened by all of Johnny's talk and seeing Black pull his lip off his face. This morning he felt a continuing sense of dread as they headed out in search of Peter. But something had changed in the theater. He was furious when Claude took after Peter and beat him. But when he got so close to them, and when he heard Claude ask if he'd brought anything, his anger changed to curiosity. So freaky. Cool freaky. Peter's father didn't look mean or angry. He just wanted something and he wanted it bad. He looked like a boy asking for an ice cream cone. Only it wasn't an ice cream cone he wanted. He wanted what was on that TV. And Roland had seen what was on that TV. He couldn't really remember the details, but he thought he might want it too. Roland watched the street for nearly an hour after Johnny headed home. Thinking things through, working up his courage. They hadn't come out of the old theater yet. At least not that he'd seen, and he'd only gone for a drink once and to the bathroom once, and even then he'd been watching as best he could. What they could possibly be doing in there, he had no idea, but he was vacillating between sneaking back to the theater for a look and staying put. His dilemma had cost him 3 fingernails so far. The weather was starting to ease up. Less wind, not so dark. Johnny was right about knowing a little more firsthand. Still no sign of his mom or dad. They were probably out getting juiced up. What if he was the only one out of luck? He thought about going to Johnny's but immediately decided that was the last thing he wanted. No, he wanted to find out exactly. And by that he really did mean precisely, as in been there, done that, what Peter was up to. Roland let his mind drift. Time seemed hazy. Once he looked at his watch. And it was 1 o'clock, and the next time it was 2, but he was sure a whole hour hadn't gone by. 3 ghosts walked out in the waning dust storm. 3 blind mice, wandering from the big building to the small building. 1 big mouse, 1 medium-sized mouse, and 1. Roland jerked his eyes wide. Claude, Chris, and Peter had come forth. They seemed to float from the old theater toward his father's saloon. All alive, all pretty mellow, all walking straight. Roland lost sight of them as they exited the front window's field of view. He ran to the bathroom and picked them up again. They walked right up the steps, pulled open the saloon door, and disappeared inside. For a long time Roland just stared at the empty landing. An image of Claude pouncing on Peter skipped through his brain. He swallowed. Freaky, man. Just plain freaky. He began to pace. His head buzzed. He should just go and check it out, of course. But he wouldn't just go and check it out. Johnny was yelling in one ear telling him to go bury his head under a pillow. And not drink the water. Roland was yelling in his other ear telling him he wasn't Johnny. Shouldn't, wouldn't freaky. Way freaky. Another hour. Steve Smither walked along the back alley toward his saloon, carrying 5 more sticks under his arm. He'd already taken 8 stakes into the saloon and hidden them under the bar. He wasn't sure when he'd taken them there. The hours were running together now like the letters of a foreign alphabet. Like Chinese letters. But he knew it was way past noon now, and he thought it must be Thursday. Or Friday. Maybe even Saturday. No, it couldn't be Saturday. His dream kept popping in his mind, like a jack in the box. Only it was Black in the Box, jumping up to say, "Surprise, Stevie. Oh, I'm sorry, is this your wife?" "Yeah, well, I've got a little surprise for you myself." He smiled wryly. Somewhere out there Paula was probably wondering where he was. But she would find out soon enough, wouldn't she? And then she would thank him. He reached the saloon, mounted the steps, and dug for his keys. One of the stakes dropped to the ground and he swore. He fumbled in his pocket, pulled the key ring out, and bent for the fallen stake. A muffled bang filtered through the door, and he snapped upright. What was that? Someone's in your saloon, Stevie. He froze there in the wind with one hand holding his keys and the other stretching over 5 cockeyed sticks ready to fall with the slightest movement. Muted laughter drifted through the door. He fingered through the 10 or so keys, found the big brass one, and shoved it into the lock. He pushed the door open. A loud crash. Howling laughter. Yes, sirree, some fool was in his saloon. Well, he'd better not be. This saloon was closed, locked, off limits to all fools, which meant everybody. They're unprepared. Another laugh pealed through the saloon, a shrill one that reminded Steve of Claude Bowers from down the street. He let go of the handle, shuffled back to where he'd set the stakes, and picked up the largest one. He swung it through the air, pleased at the small whoosh it made. "Want a trip, baby? Here, let me help you trip." Steve walked back to the door and shoved it open. The 3 fools were there in the middle of his saloon, sitting on the only table left standing. Claude Bowers, Chris Ingalls, and Peter, Claude's squirt kid. They looked at him with wide grins, like Black in the Boxes only without a box. He looked around the saloon. The tables and chairs had been splintered into 100 pieces that littered the floor like kindling. The large Coors chandelier over the pool table hung twisted and smashed so that only the white fluorescent housing looked familiar to him. The pool table glistened with a liquid. Maybe vomit. The heat began to rise up his body like an erupting volcano. Dozens of empty bottles stood along the windowsills and in groups around the floor, like bowling pins waiting to be toppled. Steve felt his eyes bulge, felt the surge of blood in his temples. He looked to the right. The bar had been hacked at with a sharp tool of some kind. A large knife or an axe maybe. The bar stools were gone. Just gone. Then he realized that they were on the floor, only they were splinters, not stools anymore. The front door had been ripped from its hinges and lay on its side. What in the fiery blazes is going on? Hi, Steve, Chris said. We didn't think you'd mind. Just having a little fun. Black in the Box grinned in his mind. Have a heart. They're not doing anything you wouldn't do. Let 'em trip, baby. Didn't think I'd mind. What do you mean you didn't think I'd mind? Good for you, Stevie. You tell 'em. You little stinkin' weasels. How about I have a little fun with you? He raised the stake in his hand like a bat. How do you like that, Peter? The little squirt who was picking his jaw with Steve's furniture had an axe in his hand, and he laid it carefully on the table. Clunk. You think putting the thing down somehow makes all this okay? Take it easy, Steve, Chris said. We'll clean it up. Promise. Oh, I know you will, Chris. That's why I'm gonna let you live. If I didn't think you were gonna clean this up, I'd kill you. He lowered the stick and twirled it in his hand. I'd run this stake right through your heart. Now that would be a trip. Chris chuckled. Yeah, but we're gonna clean it up, right guys? Neither Claude nor Peter answered and Chris glanced their way. Right boys. Of course, Chris, Claude answered, but he wore a crooked grin and Steve wasn't sure he liked the look of the fat man's smile. How about I give you exactly 15 minutes to clean it up? Steve said. How about I come back in a quarter hour, and if you make this picture perfect I won't run this stake through your hearts. Yeah, Chris said, chuckling nervously. What's the use of living if you can't have a little fun now and then, right? We all have our kinds of fun, right, Steve? I mean you have yours. He motioned toward the stick in Steve's. It was then, just as he was thinking that Chris had a point, that Steve remembered the 8 stakes he'd hidden under the bar. He scanned the floor, searching for a sign of them. But wood was everywhere, broken into splinters. A tiny sliver of fresh oak jumped into his vision. The rest of the wood faded into the floor and just that one little piece screamed up at him. Here I am. And yes, I am one of your sticks. What do you think of that? A dozen other splinters seemed to materialize. Steve's forehead began to throb. A sickening weight thudded into his gut like a bowl of thick oatmeal. He jumped over to the bar. Rounded it. They had done it, hadn't they? They'd destroyed his sticks. He ripped the velvet draping away from the back of the bar. The shelves were empty. With a horrendous growl, Steve leapt over the bar and faced Chris. Black in the Box screamed in the back of his mind. Do it, Stevie. Do him. Steve rushed. The weasel raised an arm to protect himself. Steve stopped 2 feet from Chris, raised his stake high above his head, and swung it down with all of his strength. Crack. Chris's forearm snapped like a twig. The man howled in pain and rolled into a ball. His right arm flopped onto the pool table at an unnatural angle. Steve raised the shaft again and beat down again. Surprise, Chris. Say hello to my stake. He brought the stick down again, and again, and again, feeling power rush through him like a drug that filled him with a hot pleasure. Wanna trip, baby? He hesitated and brought the stick down. Steve looked up at Claude and Peter, whose faces seemed carved of soap. He ran a hand along his stick and tried to wipe off the blood. Clean this up, he said and walked out the back, into the alley. What a trip. A boy stood in the alley, staring at him. He knew this boy. A rascal named Roland. This was his son. Beat it, boy. Roland just stared at him with round eyes. He almost said beat it again, but he decided not to bother. Roland was a big boy and could fend for himself. He probably didn't have the guts not to beat it. Steve headed into the forest behind the bar. He looked back 5 paces past the first row of trees. Roland wasn't beating it after all. He was already at the back door, peering. Chapter 17, Paradise. Saturday morning. Mom was holding her own, Johnny thought, but that wasn't exactly encouraging considering what her own was. His mother had already half lost it. She wasn't like Claude or Chris, but she wasn't her old self either. And no amount of prodding convinced her to explain herself to him. She'd spent most of Friday afternoon on the couch, picking through the refrigerator and reading a novel by Dean Koontz. At least Johnny finally convinced her to stay away from the water, a promise she tried to break once only to discover that water no longer flowed into the Drake house. Johnny had found the main and turned it off. She retired just after 7, and Johnny finally drifted off to sleep around midnight, still battling that throb that kept trying to latch itself onto his head. He'd actually become pretty good about deflecting the distortions when they came. Why was he able to do this, but not everyone else? The best he could figure was that he had been terrified by Black when the preacher killed Cecil, and the moment put him on guard. That and the fact that Johnny stayed clear of Black's poison, despite having undoubtedly ingested some in the water. He awoke at 10 o'clock Saturday. The clouds that he either saw or thought he saw were now so dark that he could hardly see across the dust-blown street. Phone was still dead. He considered climbing into his mother's 4-wheel drive and taking a shot at driving out of the valley. Sally had refused to take him out yesterday. Probably a good thing in retrospect, considering her condition. But he'd never driven, and the conditions were anything but decent for a trial run. There were too many cliffs bordering the 2-lane road out. Johnny stood in the kitchen and squinted against another headache. Taste filled his mouth. He wanted it, sure he did. But he also hated it. He grunted and decided then that he couldn't just sit here without a plan. He had to talk to someone sane, at the very least. He had to talk to Roland even if it did mean leaving his mother for a few minutes and braving the dark wind. Johnny poked his head into his mother's room, satisfied himself that she was still dead to the world, pulled on a hoodie for protection, and headed down the back alley. The town was dark and windy and dusty and dead. Hot though. He couldn't shake the possibility that he was actually only seeing this in his mind's eye. If so, then Black was probably a messenger from God after all. But after all he'd seen, Johnny couldn't make that fit. A lone howl drifted above the wind. Johnny froze. What was that? A loud crash on his left, nearby in the forest. Then a loud grunt. He began to run, straight toward Roland's house. When he got there, he quickly came to the awful conclusion that the house was deserted. At least no one was stirring. Roland's shade was open and his bed was made, but no Roland. The lights were off in the whole place. Not a soul to be seen. Main Street was just as empty. Buffeted by fresh fear, Johnny sprinted back to his house, ignoring an ache in his weaker leg. Things were worse than yesterday, much worse. Where was everyone? And where was Black? He had to get home. Inside, the back door slammed. He wanted to cry. He was alone, wasn't he? And he had no place to go. Maybe it would be easier to walk over to the saloon and ask them for some of Black's crud. Maybe he should just walk out into the street and scream his surrender to the black sky, let the Black Angel administer some of his grace and hope. Johnny checked on his mother again. No movement other than the rise and fall of the sheets with her breathing. No sense in waking her up. He walked into his room, sat on his bed, and was about to lie down when the 1-inch marble he had with him the day Cecil died rolled slowly toward the edge of his dresser. Johnny blinked at the sight. The red shooter stopped, then rolled back the way it had come. It stopped in its original position. Johnny's pulse quickened. Had he really seen that? What could have caused a marble to roll like that? No wind in here. No tremors. No tilting. But things rolled on their own sometimes, didn't they? The slightest force could. The marble vanished. Johnny stood, amazed. The space where the round red marble had sat just a moment ago was empty. Nothing but an oak dresser top. He ran his hand over the varnished wood grain. He'd seen eyes poked out. And an apple turned into a snake. He'd seen warts come and go. He'd even seen black pull his lip off his face. But this was different. This was the first time he'd seen something impossible happen without the magician on hand to execute his magic. Fred and Peter saw something on the old theater wall, but only after they'd taken some of Black's slimy concoction. And he hadn't seen that himself. They'd all seen the clouds darkening overhead and dust blowing along the streets, but Johnny was quite sure that was real. So what did that make this disappearance of the red marble real? A thunk sounded behind him. He caught his breath. The red shooter sat on the wall, halfway up, near the door frame. Johnny lowered himself to his bed unsteadily. What was going on here? He watched it for a minute, waiting for it to move. The marble just sat there as if stuck to the wall with glue. Johnny rose and approached the red shooter. Slowly, ever so slowly, he reached out, touched it, gripped it between his forefinger and thumb, pulled it off the wall. The glass shooter was smooth and weighty, exactly as it always had been. He let it rest in his palm and opened his fingers. The ball trembled and rose from his hand as if suspended on an invisible string. Incredible. Johnny moved his hand to the right. The marble followed, precisely equaling the movement of his hand. He jerked his hand to the left. Again the marble followed precisely. No lag. He moved his hand in a quick circle. The red orb followed every move, without falling behind even a fraction of a second. A crooked smile formed on his face. This was absolutely. The marble broke form, drifting toward the dresser. Like an unidentified, flying object, the orb hovered 2 feet above the dresser for a long moment, then sunk slowly to the oak surface and touched down in its original resting place without a sound. Johnny sat hard on the bed. The box springs squeaked. He didn't know what to think, other than it wasn't a trick. Black wasn't up in the attic floating the ball on an invisible string. He wasn't crouched behind the bed using magical magnets that worked on glass. Johnny had touched the marble, held it in his hand. What he'd just seen had to be real. The marble did not move. Johnny just watched. Steve Smither had spent the night under the saloon's back porch, where he intended to keep an ear tuned to destruction. He awoke close to noon, although he wouldn't have known. He had only 4 sticks left. Claude and gang destroyed 8, and he ruined 1 on Chris. He needed more sticks. Steve walked home, past the shed, looking for any wood that might work. No wood. He returned to the saloon and struck out for the forest, gripping one of the sharpened stakes in his left hand. His mind was foggy and he couldn't see too well, but he lurched toward the grove of saplings from which he'd harvested his other stakes. The leaves were coming off the trees, an early fall in the middle of summer. What a trip. Steve stumbled into a small clearing and paused, dazed. Had he forgotten something? His destination maybe. No, he was going to the grove of aspens to make some more sticks. Or he would cut down some little trees and then haul them to his shed, where he would make some more sticks. Unless Paula was there. Then he would stay out at the grove where she couldn't ask him any questions, like why he was making so many sticks. He looked down at the stake in his right hand and then at his left hand. Hanging there, limp, empty. Of course. He'd forgotten the axe. Stupid. Stupid. Steve lifted his hand and stared at the dried blood on his forearm. Chris's blood. He wondered if he'd killed the man. An image of Chris lying there on the pool table all curled up filled his mind. He grinned and forgot about the axe for the moment. Beat that man good, hadn't he? Should have beat the other two while he was at it. In fact, it was probably Claude's punk kid who'd found his sticks in the first place. Kids were like that, poking their noses in where they didn't belong. The thought of making more sticks struck him as senseless. Why make more stakes when he had 4 perfectly good sticks? He should start learning how to use the stakes, shouldn't he? Like graduating from boot camp. It was time to learn how these things worked for real. He could always make more stakes. But learning how to use them, now that would be something. And not just the blunt end either. Steve stood in the small clearing, swaying on his feet, left hand clamped around a 3-foot stake and the other bloody hand palm up by his chest. He looked around at the trees. Well, I can't just go around poking people for practice. They'd never understand. So then what? What can I stick my stakes into? A chipmunk scurried across the clearing, and Steve watched it go. Now, there was a thought. Course, the critter was a bit small, but it could make for good practice. It could be like a mission. Pursue and kill all the chipmunks. And any other bigger animals you encounter. Yes, sir. Now bigger animals might be something. He could jab them good. With his stakes. Jab, jab, jab. Steve clenched the stake with both hands and stalked into the forest. While Steve was stumbling through the woods, discovering bloodlust, Claude Bowers was down by the Starlight Theater grinning up at the big sign. Beside him stood a badly bruised and bloodied Chris Ingalls. Roland, Peter, and Fred stood to one side, watching his every move. They'd fixed a crude splint to Chris's broken arm, but he'd complained for the last 30 minutes about the pain, and Claude was getting sick of telling him to shut up. Take some more of those painkillers and just shut your trap, Chris. Here, drink some of this. He shoved his bottle of Jack Daniels at the man. We're gonna ransack this entire town in his pocket, and they knew where Steve kept the rest. Stevie Smither hadn't seen nothing yet. They were going to teach that slime bucket what happened to anybody who messed with them. Neat, Peter said. A crooked grin twisted his face, and Claude thought, maybe he shouldn't have beat him so hard yesterday. His right eye was swollen shut and his lip was still cracked with blood. But he'd had it coming, smashing the television like that. Yeah, neat, Roland said, looking up. Claude bent to the pile of axes at his feet, snatched up a large splitting axe, and handed his bottle to Peter. Here, hold this. And don't go drinking it all. He swaggered up to one of the 2 wooden posts that supported the sign, swaying in the wind 30 feet above. Ready. He gripped the axe with both hands. A strong gust of wind hit him and he staggered back a step. Do it, Claude, Chris said, still holding his right arm gingerly. Claude raised the axe and put every one of his 280 pounds into the swing. The blade buried itself in the post with a loud smack, and Peter let out a whoop. Do it, Dad. Yeah, do it, Roland mimicked. Claude tugged at the axe. It budged, but barely. He placed a foot on the pole for leverage. The blade came loose, and he tumbled to his rear end, cursing loudly. Chris howled with laughter. Shut up, Chris. I'll come over there and break your other arm. That settled him a bit. Chris snickered as Claude struggled to his feet and lined the axe up for another swing. Smack. The watching evidently booze on the ground, snatched up a hatchet. In his eagerness, his right foot knocked Claude's bottle over. The thirsty dust swallowed the amber liquid. Claude stared at the bottle, axe just raised for a third swing. Their eyes met. Claude's glaring, Peter's wide. You'll pay for that. Claude rasped and swung angrily at the pole. Smack. I'm sorry. I swear. Can't Chris hold the bottles? He's a lame duck. Anyway. Shut up, Peter, Chris said. Can't you see I'm hurt here? You think I just want to be a lame duck? I can hardly move here, man. Shut up, Chris, Claude said. Peter's right. Take the bottles. Peter helped his dad hack at the large pole with his small hatchet. Roland joined him from the opposite side, swinging sporadically between Peter's continuous warnings not to miss and hit him by mistake. It took the trio 10 minutes of palm-blistering chops and non-stop bickering before the mighty sign at the south end of Paradise began to lean toward the street. "Watch out," Chris yelled. "It's coming down. It's gonna hit the car." Claude's old blue 310 Datsun was parked on the shoulder 15 feet from the sign. None of them had considered the sign's trajectory. The sound of splintering wood rose above the wind, and the 30-foot beacon began its descent. If Claude had parked his Datsun 7 feet to the right, the two supporting poles would have straddled the car. Instead, the massive timber smashed onto the sedan's canopy, crushing it into the driver's seat. The huge Starlight sign slammed into the pavement beyond. Claude raised his axe above his head, spread his legs wide, tilted his head to the black clouds, and let out a roar of approval. Peter and Roland, his broken arm in victory, and then winced with pain. But the accomplishment was too great to be thwarted by a little pain, and he shouted anyway. The sign's plastic casing lay shattered on the blacktop. The car sat buckled, like a fortune cookie. Claude's gang celebrated their first major feat of destruction. "I'll drink to that," Chris shouted. They slammed the bottles of Jack Daniels together in a toast. Unfortunately, Chris's bottle proved to be a bit too brittle for his enthusiasm. It shattered on impact, spilling more amber liquid into the dust. It was the last bottle, and none of the others were in a sharing mood. He shuffled off toward the saloon for more, cursing. "What did I tell you?" Claude said, ignoring Chris. "Now was that a trip or was that a trip?" "That was a trip," Peter answered. "Yeah, well, we're gonna show this whole town how to trip. We're gonna do this town, boys." While Claude was busy plotting the trashing of Paradise by the Starlight Theater, Nancy was taking a screwdriver to the rear door of his store, All Right Convenience. Nancy shoved the flat end into the keyhole and pried to the left. She'd never actually broken a lock before, and she didn't know what actually made them open other than a key. Perhaps a sledgehammer. She doubted a screwdriver was the right tool for breaking into the local convenience store. But it was the only tool she could readily find. To make matters worse, the father had called and told her he wasn't coming back until Sunday morning, just in time for church. "I've got a message for the people," he'd said. "And I think the impact would be most powerful if I just walked in while they were already assembled for Sunday morning service." "It's going to be powerful, Nancy." "Powerful. Well, I hope people come," she said. "What do you mean, come?" "They always come on Sunday." "I don't know, Father. I haven't seen a soul all day." "Are you going to a Sam's Club?" "Why would I be going to a Sam's Club?" "What do you mean you haven't seen a soul all day?" "You mean in the church. If you went by a Sam's Club, you could get me a large pack of those pastries I like so much. The cherry ones with glaze. Maybe a dozen packs, so we have them for church functions when we need them." "And no, I don't mean the church. I mean the town. It's pretty quiet around here. But nothing's wrong, right? As far as you can tell, everything's okay." "Yes, Father. It's just fine. Maybe you'd better get a couple dozen of those packs. They're pretty cheap at Sam's, you know." "I'm not going to Sam's," he said. "You weigh enough as it is. The last thing you need are glazed pastries." Now what was he so rankled about? That jab was entirely unnecessary. But one of the advantages of weighing enough was the pressure you could bring to bear on a lock if you leaned on it hard enough. The screwdriver bent as she brought her 270 pounds to bear. The handle turned easily in her hand and the door swung away from her. "What do you know?" She stepped in, went straight to the bathroom, and flipped the lights on. The face staring at her in the mirror looked like an onion. An onion with 2 raisins for eyes and a red mustache. The blood flowed freely over her mouth and down her chin. The white blouse she wore was already wet with blood, so she thought that maybe she looked more like a red-breasted robin. Either way, she was intrigued by the fact that the blood did not bother her. I'm turning into a regular sinner. She grabbed some paper towels and wiped the blood from her chin, not bothering with the shirt for the moment. She had just broken into Claude's store, for heaven's sake. Getting out quickly wouldn't be such a stupid idea. She snatched up some toilet paper and stuffed 2 little bullets of it into her nostrils. As long as the blood didn't flood her nasal cavities and drown her, she would be fine. The 2 red spikes sticking out of her nose didn't look too glamorous, but she was here for food, not a beauty contest. Nancy hustled from the toilet and entered the store. The stocked shelves beckoned in the dim light. She smiled absently and scanned the goodies sitting faithfully in their little shiny wrappers. So much food, so little time. Saliva began to gather in her jowls and she swallowed. Nancy grabbed a bag from the counter and filled it with a single sweep of her arm. The paper sack tore and the goodies crashed to the floor. She swore and snatched up a plastic bag. Nancy filled 6 of the bags before reluctantly deciding to retreat to the church to sort through her spoil. It had been a good trip. She exited through the back without closing the door. A good trip indeed. While Nancy was robbing Claude blind to feed her food lust, Katie waited impatiently in her beauty salon, fixing her hair, dreaming of a rendezvous with the preacher. No, not the preacher. For her it was Marsuvies. To others he may be the minister or the preacher, but she had stepped past that point, gaining access to the inner man. Marsuvies, darling, could you hand me my dress? She had this effect on most if not all men, of course. They all wanted her, and she never blamed a single one of them. If she'd been born male, she too would choose a woman with her body rather than one of those pudges like Paula. Now there was a case. Paula. She recalled an image of Claude sitting in the 3rd pew once, ogling Paula as she gave her annual Sunday school report. She knew he'd been ogling and not just looking because when she elbowed him he jerked his eyes from the woman. Guilty as sin. At the time, she thought the whole incident was rather silly. But sometime between then and now, the memory had soured in her mind. Like week-old milk. Not that she cared much whether Claude eyed a woman or 2 now and then. But she just couldn't believe that he found Paula sexy, of all women. She was the Sunday school coordinator, for goodness sake, and you couldn't play Sunday school coordinator and strut your stuff up there while talking about how many kids were participating in the Easter play. Sunday school and sexy didn't mix. Katie glanced at her watch. 1:30. Marsuvies said he would meet her here at 1. Wanna trip like I do, Katie? Wanna trip with me? His words burned in her ears. She closed her eyes and leaned against the wall, savoring the heat. The door opened and she jerked off the wall. She softened her look, cocked her head just a tad, and turned to the front. Paula stood in the door frame, frowning. Katie's heart fell and she dropped the kiss me look. What in blazes are you doing here? She demanded, surprised at the I'm not yelling at you. I'm just asking you what you're doing here. Last time I checked this shop did have my name on it. What do you want? Katie grabbed a pack of smokes from the counter and lit one up. Paula's response was coming slow. Marsuvies could show up at any moment, and she certainly didn't want Goody Two-Shoes standing here looking so prissy when he walked in. She blew a smoke ring. So, Paula rested a hand on her waist and cocked her hips. So I'll be leaving. That's what's so. Have you seen Marsuvies? Marsuvies. Not the preacher or the minister, but Marsuvies. Katie raised an eyebrow. Marsuvies. We're calling him Marsuvies now. Are we? She noticed Paula's black skirt and wondered when Miss Pudge had taken up wearing tight, short skirts. Certainly not while planning Sunday school lessons. So what if I am? Heat began to warm Katie's face. A sickening heat, the kind that sometimes builds to fury. But there was no way Marsuvis and Paula were anything like her and Marsuvis. Not intimate and close and ready to take things to the moon. You're on a first-name basis with the preacher now. I'll bet Steve would be tickled to hear that. Katie said it casually, with the intent of dousing any misplaced flames. Licking at Paula's heart, but she felt like jumping over there and sticking her cigarette into the woman's eyes. Ordinarily the veiled threat would have earned a gasp of feigned disapproval, maybe an about-face and a grand exit as an encore for good measure. Paula lowered her head like a cat intent on guarding her territory. Stuff it, Katie. You think you're such a hot number. I've got news for you, honey. You're not the only one men find attractive around here. Just because Marsuvis has the hots for me doesn't mean you have to play jealous bimbo, you slug. Katie felt her jaw fall, as though someone had tied a 10-pound weight to her lower teeth and shoved it from her mouth. She was having difficulty understanding all of Paula's words, but a few were crystal clear. Like slug. Paula was calling her a slug and claiming to be having something in the works with Marsuvis in the same breath. She was lying through her teeth, of course. Marsuvis would never lay a hand on that squat tub, not when he knew he could have Katie any time he wanted. She'd made that abundantly clear to him. In your wildest fantasy, Marsuvis can't keep his eyes off me. And you have the gall to come into my shop and talk about my man that way. I ought to rip your tongue from your throat, you Neanderthal. She wanted nothing more than to do just that, maybe rip that head off while she was at it. She stuffed the cigarette between her lips and sucked hard. Paula's face was turning beet red, and a thought dawned on Katie. She means it. She's actually got something going with Black. It may be your shop, Paula said, but Marsuvis told me to meet him here at 1:30, in your dreams. And it ain't the first time we've met, honey doll. Katie launched herself at Paula, who took the rush head on. They met in the center of the tiny shop, fingernails extended. Both managed to draw blood on the first pass. Katie from Paula's right shoulder, and Paula from Katie's left cheek. They attacked again, yowling like cats in heat, gang violence. The last thing Paula did was clamp her bony fist around a lock of Katie's strawberry hair and yank it cleanly from her skull before running, screaming for the door, her prize flying from her hand like a captured flag. Katie jerked a hand to her head and pulled it down, wet with blood. I'll kill you, you witch. I'll kill you if it is the last thing I do. She collapsed to the chair and grabbed her pack of smokes. What a trip. While Katie and Paula were fighting, Johnny was watching. Chapter 18, The Monastery. Saturday morning. According to the rules of a debate, the official announcement detailing Billy's debate with Christine could not be made until the same morning. It was simply posted on the announcement board in the breakfast hall. An official debate has been issued, and will be heard at 10:00 a.m. in the main lecture hall. All students must be present. The intention was to let the actual debate frame the challenge, rather than a string of endless debates that would surely erupt sooner if the announcement was posted. But it would have been virtually impossible to live in the monastery during the last 24 hours and not know what was afoot. The teachers wore worried looks, and the students' questions about Billy, Darcy, and Paul were answered in oblique terms. Billy and Darcy weren't so guarded, and Friday evening the halls echoed with soft whispers. Samuel huddled with Tyler and Christine, twice in the library and once in Samuel's bedroom, late at night. By morning, a strange silence had gripped Project Showdown. Now the students hurried to the Hall of Truth, as they called the main lecture hall, armed with the understanding that something profound was about to alter their lives. Samuel had questioned his father at length about the rules of debate, and the minute he stepped into the auditorium he saw they were being followed to the letter. The room sloped like a theater to a large platform, accommodating long wooden pews that faced the stage. A single aisle divided the seating into 2 sections of 15 pews each. Behind the stage, long maroon curtains hung from a domed ceiling, where indirect lighting cast a yellow hue throughout the room. 7 golden lamp stands stood on the platform, set in a semicircle behind 10 high-backed chairs. The overseers had seated themselves in the chairs. 2 wood podiums, slightly angled toward each other, waited for the debaters. A single large chair was centered behind the podiums. His father's chair. Samuel scanned the auditorium and took a deep breath. The monastery was about to see its first debate. More important, his father was about to watch Billy openly refute him in an attempt to undermine his life's aim. And by all Samuel could see, his father wasn't taking it well. They spent an hour alone in his father's study the previous evening. He could still see his father's drawn face, often looking away, lost in deep thought. "Don't worry, father. Once Billy is brought to his senses, everything will change." His father smiled. "You know, you and Billy used to play together often. When you were young, Billy was the mischievous one. He would sneak up behind you and stick a thin blade of grass in your ear and then run away, squealing. You always overtook him, of course. No one could ever run like you. You would end up rolling around laughing on the grass with him." "I'd forgotten," Samuel said. "You're right. We were always together, weren't we?" "What happened?" "Project Showdown happened. It's always been about this moment." They prayed for God's wisdom and above all the power of Christ to open the eyes of Billy's heart. But they both knew that the choice was Billy's alone. Most of the children had taken their seats. They wore their customary uniforms. Blue shorts and white shirts. Most neatly groomed and giving the left side of the auditorium both a wide berth and numerous stairs. Darcy sat on the left, near the back, shifting on her pew. A red rash covered her face. Paul's as well. Stevie sat with them. Stevie, vote against Christine for Billy's debate to succeed. Samuel eased into a seat near the back, across the room from Darcy. Murmurs filled the hall. The monks whispered one to the other. 2 dusty shafts of light descended from skylights, highlighting the podiums. The curtain to the stage's left moved, and the room quieted. The heavy, maroon cloth parted and his father walked into the light. Samuel's heart jumped at the sight. "That's my father. To them he is the director, but to me he is father." He felt like standing up and yelling, "Hey, Billy, that's my father and you'd better do what he says." Of course that would be out of order, but Samuel let the pride swell. Unchecked. David walked to the center of the platform wearing a long black robe with a white collar, like a schoolmaster might wear at graduation ceremonies. He looked over the children for a moment. Stillness descended on the auditorium. The overseers sat, rigid. The children stared at David, scarcely breathing. Samuel's father had the air of authority that insisted on stillness. And then his father's voice filled the auditorium. He spoke without a microphone. None was required in the hall. "Good morning, scholars, teachers. Thank you for coming. As you know, we are gathered for a debate." He measured each of the students as he spoke, showing no visible reaction to the division in the class, but Samuel knew his father's heart was pained. "This is our first debate. It's the first time a student has openly questioned my authority and rejected the rules. Some of you are wondering why we don't just put these dissidents out. Why not expel them, you ask? That's how it works in the world. When a man commits a crime, he is put away. When a child is disobedient, he is reprimanded. But here, we groom children not to follow the world's systems, but to change the world." He cleared his throat. The power each of you wield is beyond your comprehension. Within this room we indeed have the power to turn this world upside down. It's a great dream I have given everything for. He raised a supersedes even that desire of mine, and that is the rule that you yourselves be given the complete freedom to choose your own ways. And this, my friends, brings us to today's debate. He paused and scanned the room. Billy has questioned the integrity of the third rule and will now debate the matter with Christine. You, my young scholars, will decide today whose argument you will follow. Listen carefully. Remember your lessons well. Think of your purpose. Measure all that you hear against the standard of truth you have always known. The future of this monastery is in your hands. He stepped back and sat in the chair reserved for him. The curtains on both ends of the stage parted. Billy stepped from the left. Christine from the right. A few coughs disturbed the auditorium. His father crossed his legs and looked at Darcy and the small band of dissidents. Billy and Christine stepped up onto footstools that allowed them to stand tall behind the podiums. They were dressed in the blue robes they all wore for choir. The debate had no set structure but would not exceed an hour. At the end of the hour, the debaters and all overseers would be ushered from the room, and the students would be left alone to determine their own fate. Samuel drew a slow breath, and as he did, Christine brought her hand up, level with her shoulder. She extended her index finger to Billy. Billy, Christine cried shrilly, and some children flinched. I accuse you of distorting the meaning of the third rule, the foundational rule by which all in the monastery live, the undeniable truth that all love comes from our Creator. I accuse you of heresy, and I challenge you to argue your heresy here, before the assembly, so that we may know what is the truth. This was the track they had decided on last night. Christine would control the debate from the start by framing the third rule of writing. All love comes from the Creator, which in turn meant it would lead to the Creator. Surely the students wouldn't question the necessity of following God's will. Identifying His will was the question. Was it found in the monastery rules, or was Billy right in forsaking those worthy of any overseer? Christine kept her hand outstretched, waiting Billy's response. But he said nothing. She spoke again, distinctly, biting off each word. Tell us, Billy, what is the precise meaning of the third rule? She lowered her arm. Billy rolled his eyes in exasperation and let his head loll Christine's way. The third rule, please. You say that, the third rule, as if you spoke about the earth's end. He chuckled. The precise meaning. Yes, well, that's the whole problem. Isn't it? There is no precise meaning. Only vague ambiguities that leave a dozen doors wide open for interpretation. And everyone in this room knows it. We've hinged our lives on the ambiguities of another man's word. Even the Bible, on which all of our rules are supposedly based, requires human interpretation, which is subject to ambiguous conclusions. He looked out at the students and grinned. That's right, my fellow scholars. If you ask me, it is clear that ambiguity does indeed exist in the rules they've been shoving down our throats all these years. Samuel glanced at a student near him, Sharon, who was listening intently. Ambiguous, Christine said, smiling. A clever word, but let's be a little more specific, shall we? Surely you don't expect such intelligent children to fall for your cute phrasing. We need some content. Give us some content that we can weigh and measure. Perhaps you could answer one simple question directly. Billy flashed a patronizing grin. Samuel had half a mind to walk up there and smack it from his face. Christine pressed. The third rule emphatically states that all love comes from the Creator, leading directly to the implicit assertion that all love leads to the Creator. After all, if the Creator is the sole source of love, then how can one show any love which doesn't in turn lead to the Creator? Answer. He can't. I believe even you, Billy, will agree with the face value of this statement. Am I correct? Samuel was surprised to see the boy nod. Although he still wore that stupid grin. Good. Then we can at least begin in the arms of sanity, Christine said. Trying to argue that love does not come from the Creator would be rather stupid, unless of course you don't believe in a Creator at all, in which case we would have to educate you by slogging through the preponderance of evidence that long ago settled this small-minded position. Sounds boring, Billy said. And I can assure you I'm not into boring. Of course there is a Creator. Billy winked at his partners in crime. Then is it the Creator's character that's in question? Surely you don't. Who is the Creator? Billy asked. In that moment, Samuel understood Billy's tack. The whole thing fell into his mind like a finished puzzle, and he knew rough waters lay ahead. The Creator is He who created, Christine said. Billy faced the students. You see, this is where we see the first point of ambiguity in the rules. Because we all create, don't we? We are all creators. We create meals and drawings and stories and such every day. The question that I posed to myself when this thought first crossed my mind was, well now, which Creator does the third rule reference? Is it the Creator with a capital C, as they are written? Perhaps. Or perhaps not. After all, who first wrote that word with a capital letter? And who decided that it should refer to this Creator or that Creator? Don't patronize us, Christine said. We all know that David Abraham set the rules for the monastery. It's his project. How simple can you get? Your words will bury you. David Abraham. I don't dispute the fact that the director does indeed run this project. I take to issue, however, our narrow understanding of the meaning of Creator. We are all creators. We should live and love to discover ourselves as creators. Nonsense. That's not the meaning the director intended, and every last student knows it. You're arguing empty semantics. The Creator, with a capital C, as written, is God. Believe me, more than one of your precious students has been persuaded by virtue of these very semantics. But if you wish for a stronger argument, then consider this. When God, the Creator with a big C, created us, He created us as creators. And He purposefully gave us the power and resolve to choose what we would create, correct? No argument came from Christine. Well then, He has given us permission to live and love as creative beings, guided by our own creative power. How can you have a rule that prohibits you from doing something the Creator, with a big C, has specifically given you permission to do? Can our director overrule God with His rules? Billy faced the students. Are you confused? Of course you're confused. And why? Because the rule is indeed ambiguous. Whispers scurried around the room. Samuel followed the argument. Apart from several well-hidden flaws, the argument seemed convincing. But it didn't matter. The concepts were heady enough to cast confusion in even the best minds. He looked at his father and saw that he sat still, eyes closed. What if the vote swung against them? What if Christine's debate backfired and forced the prevailing doctrine into reclusion? It would be a disaster. It would be the death of the monastery. Samuel straightened. We've got to stop this, Father. How does love fit into this? Christine asked sharply. The room grew quiet once again. Christine continued. The inclusion of love in the third rule trumps any ambiguity that may exist as a result of your semantic. Love is the purest expression of selflessness. It is the desire to please at the expense of one's own sense of need. It's looking for another to betray their desire so you can fulfill it. And there's your problem, Billy. You've told us today that the identity of the Creator is in question. Ambiguous, you said. We are all creators, you said. And indeed we are, in a sense. But we can't be the Creator as expressed in the rules because we can't love like the Creator. All love comes from the Creator, the third rule reads. Surely you don't hold that all love comes from any of us. I don't know, Christine. I don't think it is so clear. It's in your definition of love that I and the students find confusion. The students haven't expressed an opinion yet. Please refrain from begging the question. Billy ignored the reprimand. You say love is the purest expression of selflessness. And you assume that the one who made the universe has somehow expressed this form of love and therefore must be the one referred to in the rule, correct? Yes. And how is God's act of creation so selfless? You see, I don't think the Creator is so selfless. I think He created the world for His pleasure. In fact, I don't believe the kind of love you speak of, this completely selfless nonsense, even exists. A rumbling spread through the auditorium. That's blasphemy, Christine said. You show me a single act on the part of the Creator that doesn't benefit Himself, Christine, and I dare say I will recant. I will withdraw every argument. It would indeed win your case. It would trump my entire premise. How is it possible for God to do anything that does not benefit pure goodness, which is, in fact, Himself? Billy stepped out from behind his podium. You see, we are bound to be selfish. We are creators who will and must find love, which serves us as creators. Nonsense. You're saying that Christ's sacrifice was selfish. I'm saying that, as Paul's epistle tells us, Christ endured the cross for the joy set before Him. Sounds like He was at least thinking about what it would gain Him, doesn't it? He eyed the children, avoiding Samuel. At the very least it is a reasonable argument that leaves us with some ambiguity. Ambiguity, my friends. It's my only case. It's my whole case. Because in the face of ambiguity comes not only the permission to investigate, but the responsibility to investigate. To make forays into the unknown with the intent to discover what might lie there, hidden in the dark corners. I suggest to you today that anything less would be inexcusable for children of the great Creator. Samuel closed his eyes. His face tingled. Christine was losing this debate. And not by such a small margin. Christine spoke again, but not as confidently. Investigate, you say. Then, you'd best do it slowly and carefully, lest you inadvertently plunge into a hole from which there is no escape. Yes, carefully, Billy agreed. But one cannot dissect a frog without cutting its flesh. I would say that there is a difference between God's rights and the rights of those He created, Christine said. And I would say He created us in His image, with the desire and right to investigate ambiguities, something that can be done only by getting your hands into both sides of an argument. Even Jesus Christ went into the desert to be tempted. This was how He discovered the true meaning of love. Billy sighed. Which brings me to my second point. The second rule, that there is no discovery greater than love, is suspect too. The discovery of love may not be the most exciting thing after all. Dissecting the frog is pretty cool too, trust me on that. Since I'm a creator myself, I've altered the rules to allow for a little discovery of fun now and then, or maybe all the time. The room fell silent. Christine paled. Billy leaned against his podium, grinning. Samuel looked at Darcy and saw that the girl had fallen asleep. Paul was smiling stupidly, scratching his rash. Samuel turned back to the stage. His father was looking directly at him. You're misinterpreting, Christine snapped. Then you've made my case for me, Billy returned. If something can be misinterpreted, then it is subject to interpretation. It is by nature ambiguous. And we, creatures created to create, must interpret. I am only doing what I was created to do. The hour wasn't up, but the argument seemed to have stalled. Christine glanced around the room and turned to Billy. In the end you will see, Billy, she said softly, as if the words were intended for Billy only. But the entire room heard them. Your confusion will be your own undoing. This interpretation will bring a pain you can't imagine. That is for me to discover, he said, scratching the sores on his arm. So far I don't regret one moment. Christine looked briefly at David and then turned from the podium. Leaving. She wasn't finished. There must be a way to put Billy back on his heels. Was further argument that pointless? Taking the cue, Billy turned, walked to the curtains, and disappeared behind them. That was it then. Samuel watched as first his father and then the line of overseers rose and walked from the room. The Hall of Truth now awaited the student's verdict. For a moment no one moved. And then Samuel and Darcy stood simultaneously and made their way to the platform. Someone must have woken the sleeper. With a glance at remained. Samuel stepped to the side and allowed Darcy to speak first. The girl raised a hand to her neck and scratched the rash. Darcy seemed oblivious to the fact, and she brought her hand away red with blood. She ran her fingers through matted hair, leaving thin trails of red in her bangs, then stuffed her hands into her pockets. Darcy's speech was strained. Hey, she began. We all know what Billy said is true. Let's face it, we may not like it, but there's plenty of confusion out there. If you want to escape confusion, you should reapply as a horse or something, 'cause all humans have enough brains to be confused. Heck, I'm confused. It's why I decided to investigate. Like Billy said. She broke into a wide grin. And trust me, it is very cool. I listened to the holy robed ones for 12 years without questioning their rules. Well, now I've earned the right to spend a few days checking out the competition, just to round out my education, if you know what I mean. She glanced over at Samuel. Holy boy here may not want you to vote for Billy, and that's okay, because he's confused too. He just won't admit it. But you owe it to yourselves, to all that is right, to vote for Billy if you're the least bit confused or even suspect there may be some ambiguity in the rules. She stepped aside. The students stared at Samuel with blank expressions. He caught an encouraging nod from Tyler and began his rebuttal. Hello, my friends. 2 simple questions should be considered in all this mess. 1. Billy speaks of ambiguity. Did any ambiguity rest with the rules before you heard him speak this morning? Not for me. In fact, I can't think of anything I am so certain of as the 3rd rule. The rules are the basis for everything at the monastery. Without them, we're just orphans from the street. Your vote may return us there. To the streets. He waited for any sign of approval. None. And second, if you want to judge the words of Billy, just look at the product of his yourselves, but as I see it, whatever's eating at her flesh should remain in the dungeons where it belongs. He lowered his hand. It was time to vote. All those who side with Christine in this matter should follow me, through the curtains to my left, Samuel said. All those who side with Billy should follow Darcy to your left. Choose carefully. He turned and walked through the curtains. The back room was empty except for several stacks of chairs against one wall. Samuel lifted his hands and saw that his fingers trembled. He clenched them and pushed his damp bangs from his forehead. He wanted to leave this place. To run and find his father and hug him and tell him it had all worked out after all. The curtains brushed open behind him and he spun around. Tyler. He reached out for him, and they clasped hands. Thank God. He breathed. He looked to the curtains anxiously. What do you think? Tyler took a deep breath. I don't know, Samuel. The curtains parted again and Marie walked in, followed by Kevin and Brandon. One by one Samuel grabbed them by the shoulders. Good. Good. He said. Then they came in. 3 more, in a group. Then 2. Good. Good. Samuel felt a great weight begin to lift. Another child walked in, smiling. And another. And then the curtains hung. Still. Good, Samuel said, expecting at any second for the long, pleated fabric to move, to part and allow another child to pass. But it hung still. He spun around and counted the children with a shaking finger. 10. 11. 11. Himself and Christine. 13. He spun back to the curtains. That left. 24. And 24 would. That couldn't be. His chest felt tight, suffocating. The musty air made slow passage through his nostrils while he willed the curtain to move. Just move. Please move. Please, just one more and we can pretend that this never happened. Just one. But the curtains hung straight, and long seconds crept by like snails along a razor, headed toward certain death. 15 of the 24 dissenters agreed to follow Billy, Darcy, and Paul down to the lower levels right then, after the vote was finalized. The rest would quickly follow. Like the rest, they entered the main door with tentative steps, trembling like tiny high-strung dogs. Move it, you fools. Billy snapped at the huddling newcomers. Their eyes bugged white from taut faces. They stopped when he yelled at them, and he realized they were so terrified they couldn't process his request. He adopted a different tack. Come on, you guys. Everything will be fine, I promise. Within 10 minutes they were running through the dark passage, intent on their discovery. The entourage of defectors had been underground for about an hour when one of the boys yanked Billy from the study and insisted that a monk wanted to meet with him. In that last tunnel, he said breathlessly. The one on the far end. A monk. The masked monk had shown himself to this boy. Billy brought a hand to his chest and scratched the blistering skin under his tunic. The rash was spreading. Something that sounded like an Indian war cry echoed down the dark hallway, and he spun to see a flame round the corner, bent back in the wind, held by a running girl. He stepped aside and she rushed by him, yelping. Idiots. Behind him 6 students slouched around him. He would have to leave them because the boy said the monk wanted to see him. Who did they think he was? Some monk's little puppy. And in the first tunnel to boot. The worms seemed to have multiplied. They were thick on the walls, sliding around like massive hot dogs. They'd come from deeper in the tunnels, presumably attracted to the humans. He left the study tunnel, as they were now calling it, past 4 other large tunnel openings, shifted the flaming torch to his left palm, and stepped into the far hall. He'd stuck his head in here once but was so taken by the study since that he hadn't returned. Maybe he should have come back sooner. The tunnel bored into the cliff for 20 feet and then veered to the left. Yellow stones the size of his fingernails glittered on the rough walls. Billy wondered if this tunnel might actually be a mining shaft running through a gold vein. A large worm slid across the ceiling, and he passed under it. He walked down the hall, amazed at the number of gems flashing from the walls. Not just gold nuggets, but gold chains and trinkets buried among the gems. It looked as if the cavern had been a vault for jewels before a huge blast ripped through the place, driving the precious stones and metal into the wall. Billy. He jumped and swung his torch to the left. The monk stood in a darkened doorway, black mask reflecting Billy's wavering light. If he had used a torch to get here, he'd extinguished it. I have something to show you, my friend. The tall man seemed unaware of the large worm that slid down the wall 2 inches from his right arm. What? Billy felt quite confident, all things considered. He really didn't need this man now that he knew the tunnels and had won his debate. He wasn't even sure why the monk, assuming he was a monk, unnerved him. You did well, the man said. I am the man who made you. And does this man have a name? What do you have to lose now? We've won. A pause. I have more at stake here than the persuasion of a few students. Far more than one little valley or one small country. You'll see soon enough, my little friend. Don't call me your little friend. For all I know, you are my enemy. Something about the man really did frighten Billy. What could he possibly mean by all this talk? Surely he didn't think he could control the students just because they'd come down here. Even if he did, he couldn't take over the world with them or anything so stupid. You don't control us, Billy said. No response. So what did you want to show me? The man turned and walked into the darkness behind him. Billy hesitated, and then followed, staying clear of the worm that started to squirm when the overseer left. The monk pushed through a side door. A large room opened up before them, lit by a dozen flaming torches. Mounted about the walls, they stood on a second-story balcony overlooking a long row of towering bookcases and round tables surrounded by chairs. Billy caught his breath. The discussion out in the dark hall left his mind. The scene made his heart race. The bookshelves were filled with books. Even from his perch up on the balcony, Billy could see they were all the same size, like the books in his study. He swung to his right and dashed for the stairs that led down to the large library. He hurried out to the center of the room and ran a hand along the nearest round table. Amazing. The furniture, torchlight, and the cases. He walked to the closest case. At first he thought the shelves were constructed of a blackened hardwood, but one touch and he knew these were made of iron. Black iron. He stepped to the front of the cases. The books were firmly secured to the shelving by small chains. He gripped the spine of one and pulled, but he couldn't extract it past the links that held it. Billy scrunched his brow and replaced the book, wondering how he could read books that couldn't be removed from their shelves. Maybe the man had a key. He ran his hand along the rough iron, captivated by the grandeur of the tall cases. Billy stepped back to the tables and looked up at the balcony where the man overlooked the rail. "You like it?" the monk asked. "Like it? I love it. Is it for us?" "It is for them." "Them?" "The other children, Billy. So that you may continue in your study without being disturbed." Billy didn't know if he liked the idea. He gazed about again and imagined a dozen students strewn about this place. Then he imagined the same students running up and down the tunnels, yelling. Maybe the man had a point. He would make the rest leave the study hall and come here, to the library. So he and Darcy could find some peace. When? Tonight. Tell them to eat from the worms. Yes, of course, the worm sludge. He'd known all along that it held some great significance. Then have them eat more. And encourage them to write. Write. It feeds their minds and keeps them out of trouble. Write your story. All of you. It's my story. You will make it theirs. It's bad enough that Paul has. Do it, boy. We need the children occupied. Nothing occupies the mind down here like writing. But even with writing, one requires a focus. Tell them what your story. Chapter 19. Paradise. Saturday afternoon. The red marble didn't budge for 2 hours, at least not that Johnny had seen, and he'd watched it pretty close. It wasn't that he was still so fascinated by the shooter, but that he was out of alternatives. He should be doing something to fix the predicament they were in, but he was at a loss. He couldn't phone out. He didn't want to go out. He didn't want to stay in either, but that was all there was to do now. Stay in his room, a ball of frayed nerves, and watch the marble while his head spun through possibilities. He thought he heard his mother stirring down the hall once, but he couldn't be sure with all the wind banging things against the house. And he wasn't sure he wanted to confront her now. Black was bad. Black was good. Black was a demon from hell who'd come to destroy and kill and do whatever demons do. Black was an angel sent from heaven to expose the evil in the hearts of paradise and give them all a message of hope and grace. No. Black was bad. Period. Nothing good could possibly cause any of this. Unless of course paradise was a modern Sodom and Gomorrah and this was all a new kind of fire and brimstone. Either way, Johnny was a boy caught in the middle, powerless to do anything about Black, regardless of whether he was a demon or an angel or just a psycho preacher who had drugged the town. What ya doin'? Johnny's eyes jerked away from the marble, slacks and yellow silky-looking blouse. She'd done her makeup and brushed her hair, even put on a gold necklace and hoop earrings. Nothing. She walked forward, smirking. Is that so? Her eyes weren't right. They were glassy and slightly bloodshot. Did you drink any more of the water? Don't be silly, Johnny. Why wouldn't I drink the water? Because you turned it off, that's why. How do you expect me to flush the toilet? You turned it back on. Why not? Tastes just fine to me. Johnny felt nauseated. If his mother was gone. Why are you staring at the marble? She asked, crossing slowly toward the dresser. I don't know. I think it moved. Sally picked the red shooter up. It did it? She turned it around in her fingers. Then she lifted it up, pressed it against her right eye, and faced him. She looked like a red-eyed dress-up doll. Sally released the marble and let it fall to the carpet. It landed with a thump. Looks like a regular marble to me, she said, walking toward the door. Where are you going? I have to go, she said. Johnny scooted to the edge. A date? With who? Sally winked, then turned and disappeared down the hall. Johnny sat frozen to his bed. He didn't want to think anymore. The room shifted out of focus for a moment. The water was speaking. Or Black was speaking. Whatever it was, he thought that maybe he should just start listening because he didn't want to be alone anymore. Black is bad. Black is not good. Black is a psycho preacher, not an angel sent from heaven. And you, Johnny, are not powerless. Wind howled through the front door. The screen door slammed shut. He knew that there was no way to stop her, but he had to try. He had to do something. Johnny ran for the hall and had just stepped past his doorway when a loud plunk sounded behind him. He seized up, mid-stride. He turned back to his bedroom. The first thing Johnny saw was that the red marble wasn't lying on the floor. The second was that it had embedded itself in the wall above his headboard. Plunk. The marble shot out of the wall and came to a halt 6 inches from his nose. He jumped back, but the marble jumped with him, staying exactly 6 inches from his nose. Johnny turned and ran down the hall, too panicked to scream. He'd only taken 4 steps before realizing that the marble wasn't behind him. It was zooming through the air, still 6 inches in front of his nose. He yelped and instinctively swatted at it like he might swat a bee doggedly pursuing him. Amazingly, he made contact, and the ball flew into the wall, then fell to the floor. And lay still. For one moment, it returned to the air and came to rest 6 inches in front of his nose. This time it started to bounce in little 1-inch hops. If the marble was dangerous, wouldn't it have hit him by now? Didn't matter. Johnny couldn't accept this impossibility, bouncing in the air right in front of his nose. He backed up. The marble hesitated, then bounced forward. On the other hand, Johnny had to accept this impossibility in front of his nose. It was real, it was here, and it was bouncing like a pet, daring him to play. Or daring him to hit it again, so that it would have sufficient justification to smash a neat round hole through his forehead. Why would a marble bounce in front of him? And how? The marble stopped bouncing. It slowly floated wide, then down the hall. Johnny watched in fascination. The red shooter came to rest just in front of the rear door. It began to bounce again. He couldn't help thinking that the marble was like a dog, begging him. The back door opened. Wind howled. The screen door squealed. The marble slid outside. The screen door remained still in the face of the wind, unaffected by gusts that whipped into the house and down the hall. The marble began to bounce again. Johnny felt like he was being led into a decision. The marble seemed to want him to follow. To what? A trap set by Black. But if Black wanted him, why didn't he just come and get him? Johnny could hardly believe that he was thinking like this. He'd always doubted the supernatural, mostly because his mother didn't believe in it. She hated the church and convinced him over the years that everything the church stood for was nonsense. That included the miraculous. Everything from a virgin birth to blind eyes being opened. So what would she say about floating marbles? Well, his mother had been wrong. This was no hallucination, no magic trick. That marble bouncing outside their back door was supernatural. If he didn't follow, then what? Johnny turned into the short hall that led to his mother's room. He stepped past the wall, waited. The marble zoomed into view. And waited. Johnny took a step toward it and the red sphere moved away, back down the hall and out of view. Johnny stepped out and faced the back door. The marble had taken up its bouncing just outside the house again. Completely out of alternatives, Johnny walked down the hall and, when the marble flew into the alley, out of the house. Gusts of hot wind tore at his clothes, but Johnny hardly cared about anything as insignificant as wind. His eyes were on the marble, which now rose a good 10 feet into the air where it hovered, oblivious, like Johnny, to the wind. Then it moved. The sky was empty except for black clouds and blowing leaves. The marble was gone. Johnny felt stranded, maybe even betrayed. He waited a full minute. Nothing. He couldn't just walk up the mountain. Strange how badly he wanted that marble to return. Johnny turned back to the door and saw that it was still open. He took a step toward the house. The door slammed shut. Okay, so maybe he was supposed to go the other way, up the mountain. There was only one way that he knew of. A path that headed up behind the old theater, and that was rarely used because it traversed property owned by some corporation out east who frowned on trespassing. More than one hefty fine had been paid over the years. Johnny faced the alley, gathered his courage. Chapter 20. The Monastery. Saturday afternoon. 10 of the 11 teachers were seated around the thick mahogany conference table when David Abraham stepped into the room from his office. 10. Raoul was still missing. The teachers looked crestfallen by the monumental defeat they'd been handed 2 hours earlier. A dozen white candles suspended from a golden chandelier lit their faces. Heavy navy blue velvet drapes imported from Spain lined the entire conference room except for the south wall, where a large painting of 2 children tickling each other's noses with daisies served as a constant reminder of why they'd all given so many years of their lives to Project SHOWDOWN. "Where is Raoul?" David asked, crossing to the head of the table. "He's checking on the students," Andrew said. As if on cue, Raoul walked in, robes swirling. He walked to the table quickly. 15 more have followed the others into the tunnels, he said. That makes 19 below and 18 above. I can hardly imagine a worse scenario. Raoul reached the table, but didn't sit. He paced, ran an arm across his wet brow, pushing his locks to the side as he did. "I understand this principle of testing them by fire to harden the steel of their wills, but it appears those wills have melted. At least most of them, and I imagine others will follow." "Sit down, Raoul." The head overseer sat. "Where is Samuel?" David asked. "He's retreated to his room." "To right," he said. David nodded. He had always known that this moment would come, and upon reflection his decision to withhold the truth from these good-hearted men seemed right. Certainly necessary. Now they would learn what he told Samuel 4 days earlier, when Billy first entered the forbidden places below. "Evil has conquered the students," Andrew said. David pulled out his chair and sat. "Has it, Andrew? Our risk has increased. But can there be life without risk? Did God take a risk by creating man with a free will? Did he know of the horrors that would follow? God knew the outcome. We do not," Andrew said. "True, but allowed evil to test that outcome. Did you all think this day would never come?" "Don't get me wrong," Raoul said. "God allowing evil and us jeopardizing our life's work strike me as 2 different things. Just because God allowed evil doesn't mean we should. These are children, David. They're contracting a disease down there." David looked around the table. "The rest of you feel the same." To a man they looked desperate. Several nodded. The rest didn't respond. Mark Anthony, the forthright monk who'd come to them from a little-known New Mexico monastery, Christ in the Desert, spoke. Correct me if I'm misunderstanding the situation, but there are only 3 ways out of our current predicament. 1. The children come to their senses on their own, through a second challenge perhaps. 2. The children remain in the tunnels and disintegrate into an unholy mess, perhaps ending in death. Or 3. We intervene. I think that summarizes it well enough, David said. Assuming we can stop what has started, and of these outcomes, which conforms to the purpose of this project? Raoul responded from the far end. Certainly not death. Then what, Raoul, is your suggestion? The head overseer hesitated. No matter how much they protested, surely none of them would suggest throwing in the towel until every possible alternative had been explored. David was counting on it. We cast another challenge immediately, Raoul said. This time Samuel can argue. The rules require us to wait 3 days. Then change the rules. Andrew said. It's the rules that have put us here. So you're suggesting we pull the plug on the monastery now? Send the children back to the orphanages and count our project as a failure? No response. Good. He would build on this position of strength. Excuse me for the interruption. Francis Matthew, the quiet priest from Ireland, looked up at David. But do we know what is causing their disease? David eyed the man. The worms, he said. Worms. Andrew said. What worms? There are worms in the dungeons. Their excretions seem to have a harmful effect on certain children. The teachers stared at him, clearly taken aback by this revelation. How long have you known about these worms? Andrew asked. David put his elbows on the table and gently pressed his palms together. Bear with me for a moment. Mark, please remind us why we are here. The overseer looked around the table, searching for the catch. They all knew why they were here. Why would David ask? We are 12 teachers. Now 11. Gathered from around the world for follow strict guidelines in the instruction of 37 children, which you brought to this monastery nearly 13 years ago. The children have been carefully isolated from influences that might corrupt them. When they are 16, they will be reinserted into society, and we will see what effects the children and society have upon each other. Mark stopped. In a nutshell, that was it. Or, more correctly, that was what they all thought. And how have they been instructed? They have been instructed in all disciplines. We have carefully taught them to distinguish right from wrong according to a monotheistic worldview that follows the teachings of Christ. Good. And what else? I'm not sure how specific you want me to be. You determined from the beginning that we should focus all of their learning through writing. We've taught the children to understand the best of all human experiences and to pen them eloquently. They are arguably the world's finest writers at this age. An understatement, wouldn't you say? I would. To a student, they are brilliant writers, regardless of their age. David nodded slowly. You've each done a masterful job with admirable dedication. I couldn't have found more loving and honorable men if I'd spent a decade scouring the earth. They sat in silence. The air felt heavy. What I'm about to tell you will come as a shock. When you've heard, I think you'll understand my decision not to tell you sooner. For 12 years, he dreaded this moment. Now that it was upon him, he was eager for it. You all know of me as a historian. Before I left Harvard University. Left Harvard? Andrew asked. You're no longer with the university. No, my friend, I am not. He took a deep breath. In truth, Project SHOWDOWN has nothing whatsoever to do with Harvard. Or, for that matter, any other institution. It is funded and run solely by me. The sale of my collection was quite lucrative. He paused and studied them. They would need a minute to absorb that he'd been feeding them a bald-faced lie for the past 13 years. They were in shock. Either that or exceptionally even-mannered. He seized on their silence. Nearly 20 years ago, an antiquities dealer from Iran sent me a rather large shipment of unspecified and unverified artifacts for a tidy sum. Mostly clay pots, for which I quickly determined I'd overpaid. But there was one item of interest. The shipment contained a crate of ancient books, mostly diaries kept by mullahs and such. Among the books was one particularly old leather-bound volume that was unique for two reasons. 1. It appeared to be from a time period earlier than its binding would suggest, like finding a steel sword from the Bronze Age. 2. It contained only one entry. The rest of the book was blank, which I could not make sense of, because the title was The Stories of History. I analyzed the single entry and discovered that it was written in a unique kind of charcoal whose use was discontinued long before the kind of paper in the book was ever discovered. Very odd. Do you follow this? They stared at him without responding, but these anomalies weren't lost on such scholars. For 2 years the book sat in my study, a mystery to me. Then one day my eldest son, Christopher, when he was 5 years old, wrote in the book. Yes, he was a very bright. How he got the book from the shelf I don't know, but he had the book on the desk behind me. It was a secretary I reserved for paying bills and attending personal business. An oak desk. Stained, not painted. But you see, that was a problem, because when I glanced back to see my son with the book, I saw that the desk was red, not a stained oak as it had been only minutes earlier. I was stunned. Here sat a bright red desk in my office, and I had no idea how it got there. They stared, uncomprehending. And who could comprehend such a thing? It was only after I'd circled the desk twice in disbelief that I looked at what Christopher had written. The desk is red. Those were the words on the page written in his distinctive chicken scratch. He'd written, "The desk is red," and now I was looking at a red desk. Surely you aren't suggesting that it had anything to do with his writing? Andrew said. Exactly my thoughts. I was inclined to think that my mind was playing tricks on me, that I'd had someone paint the desk red and forgotten about it, and that my son was simply writing what he saw. But my wife assured me that the desk had indeed been stained oak. She thought I'd painted it that hideous color and was outdoing myself by making up some nonsense about forgetting. That could have been. But it wasn't. It took me 3 days to accept the fact that my son's writing had somehow changed the desk. You have to understand, I wasn't a religious man at the time. This desk turning red because it was written red was tantamount to words becoming real, something that I wasn't able to accept. I took a chip off the desk and had it analyzed. Trust me, my friends, the desk was red. Candy apple red, to be exact. It was only then that I formed my hypothesis. This book from Iran was a history book with the power to create history. The power to create fact. My son had written, "The desk is red," and so the desk was. He leveled his argument with animated gestures now. Think of it. Holy Scripture is full of references to the power of words. A disciple cries, "Rise up and walk," and a man rises up and walks. Christ calls to the storm, "Be still," and the waves become still. David strode to the shelf, pulled out the black leather-bound Bible, and thumped it with his knuckles. Recorded in this book are scores and scores of events that are no less impossible than my desk turning red. Speaking donkeys, writing on the wall, people rising from the dead. These impossibilities, my friends, are the Word becoming real. The Word becoming flesh. This is the common ground which all such events share. He set the Bible down. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. That which is supernatural becomes natural. This is the incarnation, not only of Christ, but of all supernatural events. Satan reveals himself as what? A dragon, a snake, through an antichrist who was raised from the dead. Now how do those compare to my desk turning red? They have spiritual significance, someone said. And so does this, as you will clearly see. Sweat beaded David's face. He took a calming breath. Why would God allow such a book to? Why would God allow Hitler his chapter in history? Why would God send a whale to swallow Jonah or turn a woman into a pillar of salt? Surely there were other ways. But all. Chapter 21, Paradise. Saturday afternoon. It took Johnny 20 minutes at a steady climb to reach the lookout over Paradise. He'd been up to the large rock slab that jutted out from the mountain a dozen times with Roland and the others. This far and no farther, their parents warned. From this vantage, the buildings lining Main Street looked like play blocks. Strung along a nearly obscured street, black beneath the dust. Other than the Starlight Theater and the church, both of which looked too large for the town, the buildings were proportionate and evenly spaced. Behind the town, homes scattered across the valley, and long dirt roads wandered between a couple dozen fruit farms. Johnny looked at it all through a haze kicked up by the wind. He'd been delayed by a scene of carnage as he left town. Someone had taken an axe to the south side of a building. Claude and Company. Other than the toppled theater sign and several busted-up telephone poles, he couldn't see the damage through the dust from this distance. Above him, the clouds roiled. They seemed to be lower today. The air was thinner up here. His right leg ached. He faced the mountain. From here, a game trail led to only God knew where. This was it. This was the end of the line, and no red marble. Which meant that he'd been mistaken. Deceived. Stranded. He scanned the trees for the red orb. Anything to suggest the red orb had been here. Anything at all out of the ordinary. But the only thing that was clearly out of the ordinary was the fact that he'd come up here because a floating red marble had led him up here. Johnny faced the valley feeling like an imbecile. Maybe he'd imagined the whole thing after all, worked themselves into their minds. Things like black. He stared out at the clouds, swamped with desperation. Something bad was happening, and no one could stop it. His vision clouded, then distorted with tears. Black and gray swirled. There was nothing to do. Nothing to see besides a hazy blur and the red sun floating low. Johnny blinked. It was a red sun floating low on the horizon. It was the red marble, hovering over the cliff 10 feet from him. His heart jumped. The marble streaked past him and he whirled. It stopped momentarily at the trailhead, then plunged into the brush. He didn't need any more encouragement. He didn't care if he was being led into a trap. A voice in his head urged him to follow that marble, so he did. Branches broke and fell limp as he passed. He began to run, stumbled once, caught himself, and continued his pursuit. Up the trail. He wasn't sure how long he'd been following the marble when the trees ended and he found himself facing a huge canyon. He pulled up, panting. The canyon yawned before him like a mouth cluttered with broken teeth. Dozens of rock formations cast shadows along the sandy floor. Boulders the size of small cars squatted at the base of a dozen landslides. Blue sky. Chapter 22, The Monastery. Saturday afternoon. What happened to the book? David said. Yes, that's the question, isn't it? I'll spare you the tedious details, but suffice it to say that I confidentially tested the book in every way I knew how. My first discovery was that the book didn't work for me. Only for Christopher. If I wrote, I have $1 million in my account, and then checked my bank balance, I had no more than before. But if I told Christopher to write, Daddy has $1 million in his account. Well, you get the point. You did that. Did what? Had your son write $1 million into your account. Wouldn't you? He winked at Raoul. I reported it as an error, though not for a few days, I'll admit. Several soft chuckles. Why only children? Matthew asked. Belief. I am quite sure that an adult who possesses the faith of a child would also be able to write history. Do you still have this book? David held up his hand. Let me finish. I also learned that the dealer who sold me the crate containing the book had a whole cache of them. Blank. Every one of them. I immediately acquired all of them. How many? 1,443. Which is so many. Significant. Yes, so many. I had them sent express delivery at considerable expense. I was a mess those days. Every waking moment was consumed by the book. I knew I had in my possession the most powerful tool in history. I could do anything, make anything. My power was mind-boggling. Or I should say, my son's power was mind-boggling. Fortunately, he was willing to write whatever I wanted him to write. Then one day, 3 weeks after Christopher wrote my desk read, he wrote 3 simple words about our cat in a fit of frustration. Snuffles is dead. And Snuffles was dead. Dead. Andrew said. Dead. Right there in the hallway with no apparent cause of death. This terrible side of the books kept me awake that night. And the next. Imagine what one evil man could do with such a weapon. To make matters worse, Christopher was catching on. He played some havoc with his best friend following a heated argument. He broke the boy's arm. The next morning I made a decision to rid the world of the books. I asked Christopher to write a notation which is permanently etched on my mind into the book. The books of histories are hiding deep in a Colorado canyon, in a home consistent with their nature, where they will remain until the day they are meant to be found by those destined to bring love into the world. Single quote. Here. Andrew said. You're getting ahead of me. He picked up his pace, eager to tell them the whole truth. The books vanished, all of them. 1 year later, my son Christopher was killed, as you know. It crushed me. I spent months trying to convince my wife, Andrea, to conceive another child for the books. One of them said. No, the books were gone. I simply wanted another child. She did conceive, and Samuel was born into the world. But the pregnancy was difficult, and my wife died giving birth. This you also know. David slipped into his seat and leaned back. What you don't know is the depth of my depression at her death. I took a sabbatical and set out to find the books. You see, my sorrow clouded my judgment. For a full year I methodically searched every canyon in the Colorado mountains. But I'd ridden them into hiding until the day they were meant to be found, and I gradually became convinced that I had done so wisely. So then you didn't find them. You want the children to find them. Patience, Nathan. One night I had a dream. An epiphany that introduced me to God in a way that haunts me still. I was thoroughly convinced that I should raise my son, Samuel, in total innocence, so that if he were to have the books, he would use them only for good. This, I determined, was the reason God had allowed the events in my life. I thought. I found the books the next day, which only confirmed my vision. The books were meant to be found, and meant to be found by me. To be used, not by me, but by Samuel. Or perhaps more than one Samuel. Understanding dawned on the overseers' faces. I found them here, in this monastery hidden from the world. All 1,443 of them. I found 666 of them in the dungeons below, which I promptly sealed. And I found 777 of them in the library above. Though I don't believe there is any difference between the books above and those below except in their symbolic placement. You see, the books had found themselves in a place consistent with their nature, exactly as Christopher had written. My friends, we are sitting on more raw power than has been known by any mortal man in all of history. You're saying that the books are here now? Andrew demanded. Where? David drilled them with a stare. He rose to his feet, crossed the room, and pushed the wall. It gave way under his weight. Slowly a large bookcase rotated into view. Hundreds of books lined the shelves. Leather-bound books. David extracted one and brought it to them. He sat down and placed it on The table. They leaned in as one. Ancient black leather, roughly an inch thick. No. Title. The rest are in the dungeons. To the best of my knowledge they are the source of the worms in the dungeons. It's not the disease on Billy's skin that worries me most, it is the deception brought on by the worms. But nothing you, or we, or any adult writes in these books will occur. Nathan said. Unless they have the belief of a child. That is my belief. But if the children, these 37 that we've raised, were to write in the books, their words would actually change history. To a point. As I understand it, the books can't force a person's will any more than God can force a person's will. But they can do almost everything else. Andrew leapt out of his chair, sending it skidding across the stone floor. Behind him. The books in the dungeons. Billy's writing in them. David lifted a hand. Please, Andrew, sit. He did, but slowly, fearfully. The answer is yes. I don't think the children are aware of the books' power, but they are writing a story. It was too much information in too short a time, but David was confident that if he guided them methodically through the meat of his choice, they would come around to seeing the wisdom of it. They are writing a story about the town is coming apart at the seams, David said. Apart from one man, who had a heart attack. I don't think there's been any death, but there is certainly a mess brewing in paradise. A cacophony of protest filled the room. He let it run until a single question rose above the rest. How do we know this? I have my ways. Trust me. Paradise is falling under Billy's pen. You said he doesn't know the power of his words, Raoul said. No, but he knows plenty about the town. He can see what's happening in his characters' minds. Although he can't force their wills, this bunch is influenced easily enough. David decided against telling them about Marsuvi's Black at the moment. The fate of their old colleague, though interesting, wouldn't help them understand the overall picture. It must be stopped. Andrew cried. This has gone too far. And how would you propose we stop it, Andrew? Pull the children out of the dungeons. Burn the books. And risk interfering with the path the books have put us on. We are here because of the books. I believe only they will show us the way out. Project Showdown isn't a benign experiment to test the effects of children raised in isolation. It's about life pitted against death. It's about good in conflict with evil on a grand scale. I launched this project knowing full well that one day we would be seated at this table facing this very dilemma. But I'm convinced that it will lead to good, to love entering the world, otherwise the books would never have been found. He opened the book in front of him and raised his index finger. But just to be safe, I had Samuel write another entry into Christopher's book, after we found it in the monastery library. Naturally he was too young to know what or why he was. Book so described. I'll spare you the tedious description. That is written by any person not currently residing in the monastery, and or that does not lead to the discovery of love will be powerless. This rule is irrevocable. It goes on to describe in detail this summary. I also had Samuel write the names of every student. They didn't know how to respond. I knew from my tests with Christopher that making something irrevocable seems to bind the books. So you see, I have taken every precaution. The books are now limited to only those who were in the monastery on the date that this rule was written. And their power is limited to the discovery of love. He shut the cover. Samuel had written another entry on that day, but it would only confuse them at this point. God help him if Samuel's final entry ever came into play. And if you require other assurances, I will only say that I have other safeguards. David said this with far more conviction than he felt, and he prayed that his conviction would prove him right. But anything could happen, regardless of Christopher's or Samuel's entries. For all he knew, those destined to bring love to the world, presumably those in this monastery, wouldn't do so for another 50 years, and then only after destroying. Only God knew what. We are on dangerous ground, Andrew said. The others nodded. Without question, David said. But we can no more pretend that the books don't exist than we can pretend evil doesn't exist. We entered dangerous territory the day Adam and Eve ate the apple. But even they had a choice, Andrew said. You're saying, no more than Eve was a sheep in the garden of good and evil. Do you think that if God had put a Jane or a Betsy in the garden, she would have made a different choice? Given the hearts of the people in paradise and the powerful nature of Billy's writing, the fall from what grace they had is practically wholesale. For a while no one spoke. The idea of a story wreaking so much havoc daunted them. We've assisted the children up to this point. I don't see why we can't nudge them now, Daniel said. On the contrary, we must let the children find their own way now, because it is what they've chosen. What is the greatest virtue? Love. Yes, love. From the beginning we've agreed that we must give the children the freedom to choose their own way. Should that change now that the stakes appear to be higher? Love can only be found in freedom of choice. And for choice to exist, there must be an alternative to choose. Something as compelling as love. Something that is evil, yes. Yes, Raoul said. We must allow our students the opportunity to love the truth in the face of alternatives. We've effectively put paradise in the hands of the children, as intended by whatever force allowed me to find the books in the first place. Nothing we do can reverse that. Andrew leaned forward again. But to let them stay in the dungeons. Let me tell you something, Andrew. The world lives in a dungeon. It's dark and cold and full of the worst, but it is where the world lives. Most well-meaning books do little to illuminate the way. What we're doing here requires a view of the dungeon. Do you understand? To a point, yes. I still don't think. David slammed his palms on the table. Then stopped thinking. Andrew, at least for a moment. You've believed in me this far. You must believe that I've applied enough reason to Project Showdown to cover a week's worth of argument. You must believe me when I say that if we interfere with the children, we may pay a price far more devastating than Billy's writings. He drew a deep breath. We must trust in God. Which in this case means trusting in the books that surely He has given us. To betray the books is nothing less than a betrayal of the creative power that God has entrusted us, which in turn is a betrayal of the children. We must trust the books to deliver us love in the end. David couldn't remember being so forceful, but it was the only way he knew to bring them quickly up to speed with a matter that he'd lived with for 12 years. Andrew broke the silence. Can the damage be corrected by another? Students writing. Samuel and Christine and some of the others could write. David took a deep breath. Samuel is writing, he said. He's been writing for 4 days now. Chapter 23, Paradise. Saturday afternoon. The canyon was deep and long, but the marble moved slowly enough for Johnny to keep up. He could see that the canyon ended ahead, maybe 100 yards off. When he'd walked half of it, the red marble veered to the left and disappeared behind a towering gray boulder. Johnny stopped. The sun was high, but the sheer rock rose so high that even now long gloomy shadows filled the canyon. He walked to the boulder and made his way around the stone. Here, the canyon wall gaped to reveal another, smaller canyon. Johnny stopped and squinted, trying to make sense of the shadows moving across the granite face. No marble. The smaller canyon was wedge-shaped, like a teepee. It ended in a wall that rose roughly 50 feet. Nothing but rock. He walked toward the wall. His mind was evenly divided, one half insisting that he had no business being here, the other calling him forward. He realized he was holding his breath. He exhaled. He was 10 feet from the cliff when something caught his eye. An irregularity on the surface. A straight, vertical line. Like someone had cut into the stone with a saw. He ran his hand along the crack. But it wasn't just a crack. It was the edge of a door. He saw the latch afoot. Chapter 24. The Monastery. Saturday afternoon. Samuel hurried down the hall, eager to tell his father this plan that filled his mind in the hours since the debate. He'd been writing in one of the blank books for 4 days now, carefully and with tempered purpose, but the time for caution had passed. Frankly, he couldn't wait to begin writing again, but this time with a new purpose. He discovered on the first day that his writing connected with the characters of Paradise in a unique way. This storytelling experience was more enthralling than any he'd experienced. When he wrote into Paradise, he felt like he was really there, with the characters, speaking into their minds and hearing their thoughts. Thus he could extrapolate Billy's actions by reading the minds of the characters that Billy was influencing. He also learned from these people what was happening in Paradise, at least to the extent that they actually knew what was happening. He could see the town in his imagination almost as clearly as if he were there. He also experienced unique limitations. Unlike in his other stories, he couldn't force the characters to follow his every whim. He could play a game of wits with them, interjecting thoughts and suggestions, but in the end the characters did what they chose to do. Samuel had written hundreds, maybe thousands of suggestions into the minds of Paradise's residents, and although each time he felt at least some influence on them, nearly every character he wrote into chose Billy's way. It made him wonder how Billy was able to influence the people so effectively. Samuel couldn't write more than one character at a time, so he focused on the most responsive character he found, Johnny. There was something unique about the boy, and Samuel was sure it had something to do with the fact that Johnny had seen Black for who he was when he first walked into town. Oddly enough, Samuel couldn't enter the mind of Marsuvi's Black, the monk who betrayed them all. In a way that Samuel couldn't yet understand, Billy and Black were working together. As an active and willing accomplice, the monk's power was stunning. Samuel couldn't tell where Black ended and where Billy's writing began. Either way, nothing happening in Paradise was a figment of the citizens' imaginations. It was all real. All except the sludge that Black had persuaded them was hallucinogenic, which, although real enough, was nothing more than starchy water. Billy's writing, not a hallucinogenic sludge, had deceived the people of Paradise. Black had merely distracted them long enough for Billy to sink his claws deep into their minds. But now Samuel had a plan that he was quite sure would take Billy and company by storm. And for that plan to succeed, he needed his own accomplice. Johnny. He knocked on his father's office door. After a second attempt returned no response, he walked in. Vacant. But he could hear muffled voices from the conference room next door. Samuel crossed to the door, knocked, and waited. Come. He walked into a meeting of the overseers, who all wore dazed expressions. David rose from the table. Hello, Samuel. Samuel hurried to him, eager. At the last second, he second-guessed his intention to hug his father and instead took David's arm. Hello, father. An awkward moment passed. David glanced. David patted his hand and lowered his voice. Nothing to them about Marsuvi's yet. Samuel nodded. Okay. Turning back to the table, David reassumed his usual volume. My son has something he wants to share with us. David looked at him. Go ahead, Samuel. Then they know about the writing. Samuel asked. They know, his father said. And you know that I've been writing for several days now. Yes, they know everything. Except about Marsuvi's Black. He let go of David's arm. Among many things I've learned about how the books work is this fact. Though I can't make people do things, I can do whatever I want with objects and animals. Anything that doesn't have the capacity for moral choice, I would say. Billy's done some very interesting things. He decided now wasn't the time for details. If I were to write, the red marble on Johnny's dresser rises into the air and floats, for example, then that's precisely what happens. But if I write, Johnny grabs the marble, Johnny only has that thought. The decision to grab or not to grab is his. Has my father explained this? Some, but go on, David said. Hearing it from you is different. Samuel addressed his father. The bottom line is, I can't make ordinary. I'm quite sure that I could write a character into existence, and it would have no will of its own. Turning an idea into reality, his father said. No different than turning an idea of a marble floating into reality when you think about it. That could work. Andrew asked. You haven't tried it? His father asked. No, not without talking to you. But I'm sure it will work. So you want to write a fictional character into paradise? Yes. We have 3 days before we can challenge Billy here. But his mind is in paradise. If we can defeat him in paradise, I think he'll fail here. Excellent. David thundered. Excellent thinking. He grabbed Samuel by both shoulders. I knew I could count on you. He beamed at the overseers. You see. Back to Samuel. Have you given any thought to this character? I would like to write a cop, Samuel said. The law. And not just an ordinary lawman, but a gunslinger who has the skill and power to bring some order to paradise. The law. I like it. I like it. Why only one? One of the teachers asked. Why not 5, or 10? I think prudence would dictate caution, David said. Assuming this all works, we don't know what will happen to such a character. If you write them into existence, then surely you can write them out. So it would seem. But we don't know, do we? We can't very well populate. Thomas. Raoul asked, eyebrow arched. As in doubting Thomas. No, Thomas, after Thomas Hunter. Samuel looked at the history book. In honor of the first entry. David picked up the book and flipped it open. I told you there was a single entry when I first received this book. It's a very short entry about Thomas Hunter and Monique de Rayson. I'm sure you all know their names from the Rayson strain. It appears that this book is tied directly to him. He faced Samuel. So, when will your Thomas bring the law to the streets of paradise? As soon as I can bring Johnny up to speed. Johnny. Samuel hurried for the door. He's a boy from paradise who's going to help me. He agreed to this. Samuel turned back. Not yet. But he will soon enough. He left the teacher staring after him and hurried for the stairs. It was time to meet Johnny. The red marble hadn't shown itself again. Had it come from behind that door? Johnny waited 10 minutes on the far side of the boulder before concluding that the marble was gone for good. At least for now. He sneaked around the corner and peered at the box end of the smaller canyon. Nothing had changed. The marble had led him here, that much he knew for certain. He couldn't just run home now. He walked up to the latch. Put his hand on it. Rusted metal. He pushed down. It moved with a creaking sound. The door gaped, 4 inches at first, then Johnny pushed it all the way open. At first he wasn't sure what he was seeing beyond the door. Shadows. Another cliff wall. No, a man-made wall. Huge stone blocks were stacked in a brick pattern, rising 5 stories. A large cross topped 2 massive wooden doors, dead center. Rows of windows broke the building's flat lines. The space between the old rusted door that Johnny had opened and the large wooden doors was a stone courtyard, covered with sand in a scattered pattern. An old mining operation. Looked more like something built by Indians. Something ancient. Amazing how well hidden it was. He'd never heard a word of this place. The large door moved, then stopped. But he was sure he'd seen it move. Johnny would have turned and run, but his legs refused to budge. The door opened. A boy about his height, with blonde hair and clear blue eyes, stepped out. He wore a white short-sleeved button-down shirt and blue shorts. White socks, brown shoes. The boy's hands hung loosely at his sides. The boy walked halfway across the courtyard and stopped. Hello, Johnny. The boy knew his name. Johnny still couldn't move. Did you like the marble? How did you know my name? The boy smiled. That's a long story. He walked forward and held out his hand. My name is Samuel. Johnny took the hand. Real flesh, real eyes, real hair. Real boy. Samuel walked by. Follow me. What's it like? Samuel asked. Johnny stepped to his side and faced the gaping canyon. What's what? Like? Life out there. You know, in the real world. Looking at it out here, it seems like a whole different reality. You don't come from the real world. Samuel looked at him with those bright blue eyes. Real, sure. But as you can see, it is pretty isolated up here. Did the marble scare you? At first. You did that. How did you do that? That's part of the story. But it is a wild story. I'm not sure you're ready for it. After what I've seen, I can't think of anything that would surprise me. Do you know what's been happening in paradise? I know some things, but I need to know more, which is why I brought you up here. Johnny looked back at the hidden door. Still there. And when he turned his head, the boy was still there. How did you make the marble move? I wrote it in a book. Not your typical writing book, but a book that makes whatever you write in it happen. Most things, anyway. I can't make people do things they don't want to do. Johnny didn't know what to say. This was as unbelievable as Black pulling his lip off his chin. He wasn't dreaming, was he? Samuel grinned. I told you it was wild. You're not ready for it. I am ready, Johnny said, not sure why he would claim any such thing. It's just, you haven't. You don't go to church then. You ever hear of the Bible? Yeah, it's full of stories that are as crazy as this one. And do you know why they sound crazy? Because they break all the rules that nature sets. They're supernatural. Crazy. Unless you understand the rules of the supernatural, then they're not crazy at all. Then they're everyday life, and that's what we have here. Everyday life. Everyday life. Johnny recalled the afternoon when Black walked into town. So men, walking around without flesh on their faces, and apples turning into snakes, and marbles floating through the air are just everyday life. They can be. They will be. They are, aren't they? You tell me. You saw it, all with your own eyes. I have to rely on my mind. So it is all real. Everything happening down there is real. Johnny asked. As real as anything you've ever touched or smelled or tasted or seen or heard. Then who is Marsuvi's Black? He's the cause of all this, isn't he? Only a small part of the cause, Samuel said. There's Billy, and mostly, there's the people of paradise. But to answer your question, Black used to be a monk from Nevada. Before that a performer in Las Vegas. He was on the staff here at the monastery before he disappeared last week. He found the books in the dungeon, discovered their power, and decided to wreak a little havoc. My theory. So if he's, whatever, dealt with, then you still have Billy and the people of paradise. Black's only one man, with a few tricks up his sleeve. Maybe that's an understatement, but Marsuvi's depends on Billy, because Billy has the books. See, grown-ups can't write in them. But Billy, he can do a lot of damage so long as the people follow his suggestions. We have to get to the people, Johnny. Johnny pressed his hands against his temples and closed his eyes. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe this is too much for me. None of it makes any sense. You're talking about Billy and dungeons and books with supernatural power. It's crazy. Samuel smiled. So we're back to that word again. He clasped his hands behind his back and paced slowly. Johnny had never heard a kid talk the way Samuel talked, walking about like a miniature monk. Not that he minded. It gave him more confidence in the boy. I need your help, Johnny. That's why you're here. And in order for you to help me, you're going to have to understand what's really happening in paradise. And why? Samuel faced him. But nothing I tell you will make any sense unless you believe in the supernatural. You have to believe that God not only exists but that life is ultimately about an epic battle over the hearts of mankind. Good versus evil, not only as theological constructs or ideas, but as real forces at work wherever they are permitted to work. Do you follow? What choice did he have? His whole world had been turned topsy-turvy in 4 days, and short of a better explanation, the supernatural worked just fine. I guess. Not good enough. I mean, yes. How can I not believe after what I've seen? Trust me, seeing has very little to do with believing. Belief is a matter of the heart, not the eyes. Although I will admit, these books make the struggle between good and evil pretty visible in Paradise. For the first time Johnny began to feel a sense of hope. He wasn't a lost soul in the hell that was swallowing Paradise. He was the person that Samuel had brought up to the mountains with a red marble. His mind grappled briefly with that image. But he had to believe. He would believe. I believe, he said. If this isn't a dream. No ifs. Okay then. I believe. Good. I think you're ready to hear the whole story, Samuel said. An hour later, Johnny sat on a boulder next to Samuel, stunned. It made sense, of course. Seeing it through Samuel's eyes, it made perfect sense. All except for where the books had come from in the first place, but Samuel had no answer for that. Samuel seemed content to let the silence stretch. So you want me to tell them all this at the meeting tonight, Johnny finally said. Tell them that they've been deceived by Black and that a cop is coming to town tomorrow morning to set things straight. Exactly. Don't tell them how you know and don't say a word about Billy. But throw the book at Black. Johnny frowned, nervous already. And you want me to help this cop? Show him around and report back to you. That's it. Samuel grinned. I need eyes on the ground, not only for Thomas, but for me. Billy's got Marsuvi's Black. I have you. Sounds like a mismatch, Johnny said. What if this fictional character you write doesn't work? I mean, it has never been done before, so how can you be so sure? Well, we'll just have to see, won't we? I'm open to suggestions. Johnny couldn't think of any. So, it is a deal then. Samuel stretched out his hand. Johnny took it. Okay. It's a deal. I'll be with you all the way. Could Black hurt me? Samuel hesitated. If we don't stop them, yes. And that's what we're trying to do here. That's why I need you. Why me? I mean, why are the rest being led along by Billy so easily while I'm not? I mean, I know I started to believe the lies a few times, but I resisted, right? Why don't the rest? My father says that all of you should have fallen to Black's lies. Eve ate the apple, right? He says that no matter who was in that garden at that time, they would have done the same. All the suffering and evil the world has ever seen wasn't because God made a mistake by putting Eve in there instead of someone else. Everyone would have done the same in her place. Follow. Makes sense. Never thought about it that way. Then why not me? Simple. You and Cecil saw Black for what he was before he started playing tricks. Why Billy let you see him, I don't know, but seeing Black as a bag of bones was enough to put the fear of God in you. Then I came along and began to counter Billy's nonsense. You felt it, but not as convincingly as the rest. You want to take a look? Samuel asked. At the monastery? Yes. Samuel jumped up, excited. Just inside. I can't take you around. But it won't hurt to look. Sure. Samuel grabbed his hand and pulled him to the gaping door. The whole monastery is hidden by the cliffs except for a few places, where my fathers camouflaged it. The glass on top, the front, some windows and doors. I've never seen, but they say it is hidden from the air. Johnny looked up at the towering face, then at the large door beneath a huge old cross. How long has it been here? As long as the books at least. That's almost 20 years. Incredible. Samuel led him to the double doors, poked his head in, then pushed one open. The foyer was dark, but there was enough light to reveal old paintings on stone walls on either side. A thick wooden table sat at the center of the area, shiny with layers of dried resin. Tall stained glass windows peered in from above. No sign of lights. The stone floor was slick and shiny with wear. It certainly looked ancient. It's huge, Johnny said. This is nothing. Go to the right and you find the library. Go up one floor and you'll find the cafeteria. The main hall straight ahead leads to the upper levels. The residences and the classrooms. And what about the basement? Samuel gestured. Off the— Incredible. Samuel put an arm around Johnny's shoulder and pulled him around. He walked with him back out. We're a team, Johnny. You and me. We'll fix this mess for sure. In some strange ways, Samuel seemed much younger than 13. In other ways, like in the way he reasoned, he seemed more like an adult. A strange mixture of innocence and education. Probably because he was isolated in the monastery his whole life. Johnny faced the boy. I need something from you. Say it. It's my mom. She's— He hesitated. Black's after her. You have to remember, we can't make people do things. But can you help? He looked at the monastery and spoke as much to himself as to Johnny. I'll talk to Christine and Tyler. They can help. He slapped Johnny on the back. Good idea. But you have to promise to talk to the whole town. I will. Samuel grinned. Prophet Johnny. Trust me, I don't feel like a prophet. Chapter 25. Paradise. Saturday night. Total darkness slid over Paradise early that night, before 7, which was abnormal this time of year. Clouds clamped down on the town like a blackened steel lid. Johnny looked for his mother when he stumbled into town at last light, but he couldn't find her. He couldn't find anyone. No surprise. He ran straight for the church with one thought on his mind. Black. He had to reach the church before Black did, so he could figure things out in his head before he did what he was about to do. Which was what? Johnny eased to a walk. Which was confronting Black head on. Which was telling the whole town that they'd been deceived. Which was that the law was coming in force first thing in the morning. Which was having successfully completed his duties as prophet, to get to a safe place until morning. He had rehearsed 100 stinging one-liners while descending the mountain. He couldn't remember any at the moment, but they would come to him. Johnny mounted the stairs, thankful that he'd beat the town to the service. Assuming there was a service. If Billy found out what he and Samuel were up to, he might change things up on them. He slid into the church and crept across the foyer to the auditorium doors. No sound. He nudged the doors open a crack, peered into the sanctuary, and caught his breath. A sea of still heads faced an empty pulpit. Johnny felt his heart skip a beat and then knock into double time, just like that. Boom, and then nothing, and then boom ba boom ba boom. All 400-some residents sat in the pews, motionless, staring as though seated for a seance. He wanted to run from the church, but the scene glued his feet to the carpet. Nobody seemed to notice him. He craned for a better view. Children sat obediently by their parents, legs hanging from the pews. No twitching here, much less running and screaming through the rows. For a brief moment Johnny wondered if they were all dead, stuck here in rows like trophies, forced to sit while Black force-fed them his twisted version of grace and hope. He imagined Black standing tall behind the podium, a monk from Vegas. Doped up on worm sludge. His eyes were gone and his lips opened wide. His white face mouthed the word hope, only it came out long and raspy. How up? His lower jaw fell from his face and gaped open to a black throat. His tongue wagged like a worm freshly yanked from the garden. Johnny blinked and the image vanished. A woman he recognized as Louise Timbers sat directly ahead of him in the last pew. Her blonde hair sat on her head like a twisted bird's nest, complete with pieces of straw and clumps of sand. Streaks of dried mud ran down her neck, disappearing below a blouse torn at the collar to reveal half of her left shoulder. A gash already scabbed over glared rusty red on her white skin. They didn't all look as bad as Louise, but a lot did. The bad ones were here and there throughout the church, wearing sores like a new fad. Johnny looked down the aisle where Claude Bowers sat next to Chris Ingalls. On the front pew, Peter and Fred sat on one side of them. Roland sat on the other. All five looked as if they had just engaged in hand-to-hand combat on a battlefield. Claude sagged in his seat, hands folded between his knees, mouth hanging open, spittle running down something and not bothered to clean up. His wife, Paula, sat 5 rows behind and to his right. Unlike the others, she was cleaned up pretty, smiling at the empty podium. And beside her, Sally. Even from this distance, Johnny could see that his mother was gone. Johnny began to tremble with fear. Crinkling paper disturbed the quiet, and Johnny glanced at the sound. Father Jordan's secretary sat at the far left, carefully unwrapping a Twinkie, shifting her eyes to see if anyone had heard that first loud tear. She wore a beard of blood, dried and cracking over her lips and chin. The door to the church opened and a couple hurried in. The Jacksons, only. They hardly looked like the Jacksons. They walked by Johnny without noticing him and entered the sanctuary. Johnny stood back from the sanctuary doors. Paradise was hell, but Black hadn't taken the stage yet. Prophet Johnny. Now, Johnny. Do it now, before Black comes to feed them his lies. He had no choice. If someone didn't do something. I'm with you, Johnny. He took a deep breath and moved toward the door. Another voice cackled in his mind. Want a trip, boy? How about a steak? Between your toes. A rattling chuckle echoed through his mind. Billy. Black. Johnny forced his foot forward and lowered his head. He pushed himself up the aisle. I can do this. It is just carpet passing under my feet, that's all. The church is really empty and I'm just rehearsing graduation or something. And even if it isn't really empty, the people in the pews aren't really looking at me. People always think people are looking at them when they're not. Then he reached the platform. He stepped up. The candles glowed bright in long rows. Short candles, tall candles, some thin and some fat, all flickering on the platform. Any minute now someone's going to yank me back by the shoulders. A dizzying weakness washed over him, and for a moment he thought he was falling, but he grabbed the pulpit and held himself upright. He pulled himself to the podium. Looked up. He expected to see 1,000 black holes staring at him. Instead he saw their eyes, blank, drained, and drooping. But eyes, not holes. They were all there staring at him, as if wondering what he was doing there. Who is this interesting little boy in front of us? Some kid's up at the podium. Isn't that Sally's kid? What's he doing up at the podium? They looked half dead, as if they'd all just spent 2 sleepless days harvesting fruit and hadn't bothered to wash before coming to church. The candles lit their pupils, hundreds of miniature flames flickering in their skulls. Speak the truth, Johnny. Tell them. He swallowed and cleared his throat. Hey. He immediately. Not a soul moved. Has anybody noticed that the town is falling apart? The wind blowing. Without moving the clouds. The dust piled high like in a desert. People acting strange. Yeah, a voice said. Johnny looked toward the back. Old man Peterson stood. The man wasn't like the others. I've noticed all right, the man croaked. Someone did some damage all right. Shut up, Bo, a woman said from across the auditorium. Sit down and shut up. A cackle rippled through the crowd. Old man Peterson sat. I believe, Johnny. Shout it from the rooftops. In that moment, Johnny knew what he had to do. It didn't make any sense to him, and it had nothing to do with Bo or his wife yelling at him to shut up. It was just for him. He needed strength. Johnny clenched his eyes shut. I believe, he said. Then again, I believe. I believe. Louder. Johnny. He felt a dam burst in his chest. I believe. He screamed it with all of his might. I believe. I believe. His voice reverberated through the room. He opened his eyes. The congregation just stared at him. But it didn't matter now. Bo's right, he said loudly. Paradise is falling apart at the seams, and most of you are too blinded to see it. Wake up. Hello, boy. Johnny froze. Black's voice, ahead and on the left. Johnny. Johnny gripped the podium to steady himself. Black stood. You think anyone here cares what a whippersnapper rabble-rouser says? Johnny spoke before he lost his nerve. Say what you want, but you're not a prophet from God with a message of hope and grace. You're a monk from the Nevada desert full of death and destruction. Black took that in, and Johnny could see him change strategy on the fly. Watched a new approach register on his bronzed face. The man stepped up to the platform and smiled sweetly at Johnny. Johnny thought Black might take his hand and pat it condescendingly. Death and destruction. He swept a hand out at the crowd. Do you see any death and destruction? No, you see a church full of souls who have tasted life and freedom like they've never tasted it before. Johnny looked down at Claude Bowers sitting like an overstuffed mummy, with drooping eyes. A half-empty bottle nestled in his crotch. He didn't look a bit affected by Johnny's accusations. Nor did anyone else. I'll tell you what, Black said. Let's let the people tell us what they think. Black brought his hands together. A thick finger of blazing white light crackled to life on the ceiling. Johnny watched in amazement as it slowly elongated, reaching down about 6 feet, as if God himself had stuck his finger through the roof and was now pointing at the congregation. The people craned their necks in wonder. Black chuckled. Believe, he said in a low, soft voice. He clapped his hands again. A thunderclap shook the building from the inside out. The light ballooned, and sent a jagged bolt of lightning to the floor. The lightning crashed into the aisle and was gone, leaving smoke from a 6-foot hole in the carpet snaking toward a charred ceiling. Cries of alarm erupted. Those who'd been dozing or even thinking of dozing were now on their feet, shouting in startled terror. Marsuvi's Black lifted both arms wide and pointed his chin to the ceiling. He sang one long note. The note grew and echoed and swallowed the church. The cries were overwhelmed and then silenced altogether. There was just Black on the stage with his one-note solo, inhumanly loud and deeply troubling. At least for Johnny. The rest seemed to find it calming. Black ended abruptly and lowered his head, keeping his hands outstretched. Do I have your attention? I think I do. Are you right, Johnny? Am I a demon from hell come to kill your old men? He snapped his fingers. Yellow flames hissed to life in each hand and licked 6 inches of air. Or have I come to lick the fires of hell from your wounds with pleasure and grace, and with hope for more pleasure and grace? Black kept his eyes on the congregation and brought both hands to his face. He began to lick the fire with a long pink tongue. Faster, ravenous, sucking his fingers. It reminded Johnny of a dog going after meat. Black jabbed his right hand into his mouth, past the knuckles. The fire hissed out. He did the same with his left hand. Black sighed with satisfaction, and then motioned to the people with his wet hands. You tell me, have I come to kill you, or have I come to heal your wounds? You've come. We're being set free, Steve yelled. We're learning what it means to be alive. Nobody's going to take that from us. No one. A dozen excited parishioners stood to their feet with Steve, all speaking at once, shouting out their agreement in a muddled mess of noise. Sally watched the whole thing with wide eyes. She seemed confused. caught between Black and her own son. Johnny could hear Peter Bowers's high-pitched voice through the chorus of objections. What do you know, Johnny, you little spineless wimp? We should chop off your thumbs, boy. Black's cool. He's a liar. Johnny shouted. The room shut down. They seemed surprised that he was still up there, much less yelling at them. Johnny forged ahead, as forcefully as he could. The police are coming in the morning. I mean it. When they come, they'll put this all straight. You lie, boy, Black said in a low voice. If I'm wrong and they don't come, then string me up, for all I care. Chop off my thumbs, Peter. But I'm not wrong. You'll see. Thomas is coming. I promise you that. Black looked amused. Outrage broke out again. Silence. Black shouted. Those standing took their seats. Black-eyed Johnny, still amused. He stepped toward the podium. Johnny stepped back. The man reached into his trench coat, calmly removed a book, and laid it on the pulpit as if it were a Bible. But this, Black rubbed his hands together slowly and lifted his eyes to the people. He seemed to be considering his next move. Johnny knew it was time to leave. But he was momentarily fascinated by Black's disorientation. The news about Thomas had thrown Black for a loop. The man had a weak side after. Black lifted his arm high and brought it down on the pulpit with a tremendous crack. The podium split in two. Black stood, trembling from head to foot. His right hand began to bleed. We will only be so tolerant of deceit, Black said. Continue down this road and you will end up like Billy. A few scattered amens sounded to Johnny like the whispers of aimless ghosts. Johnny ran for the door. He leapt off the platform, ran straight down the aisle over the carpet still smoldering from the lightning strike, smacked through the swinging doors, and staggered out into the howling wind. He doubled over there. Swirling dust filled his throat, and he coughed. Exactly what had Black meant there at the end. Billy. He really didn't want to try to figure that out. He believed that what Samuel told him was true, and he'd done what Samuel had asked. And that was that. Chapter 26. Paradise. Sunday morning. Stanley Yordon sped down Highway 50 before sunrise Sunday morning, filled with a sense of terrible unease. Not because he feared returning to paradise. On the contrary, because he had not come back sooner. 4 days ago the idea of staying in Denver for an extra day seemed inviting, a well-deserved break and, more importantly, some time away. Time healed wounds, they said. He'd decided to give paradise a little time. Time to come to their collective senses. Time for Marsuvi's Black to move on. But he tried repeatedly to raise someone in paradise last night, and no one answered. For all he knew, they were all down at the church swaying to the tunes of Marsuvi's Black. Unable to sleep, he left Denver at 2 in the morning. It was now 5 a.m. The drive had given him the time to flesh out the sermon he intended to preach. No mercy this time, not an ounce. Just the right mixture of authority and compassion, the thundering voice of reprimand, the gentle words of empathy. And in the end they would have to listen. The air was still and quiet when he drove through Delta. It was blowing hard and hazy 20 miles later when he passed the sign that read Paradise 3 miles. Someone had erected a barricade across the turnoff to Paradise. A large, orange sign leaned against it. Road damage. Road closed ahead. Jordan came to a stop. Road damage. An image of black no sign of road damage. The sun was trying to rise, but weather smothered the mountains. Dark clouds socked in Paradise Valley like a cork between the mountains. Mountain storms were notorious for coming up fast and furious. But this, he frowned and drove on, cautiously. Thin wisps of sand whirled across the road through his beams. Quite a wind. His thoughts returned to his meeting with Bishop Fraser in Denver. The bishop was smiling at him, telling him he'd better start believing what he was teaching if he wanted to hold on to his congregation. And if there were any hidden sins in his heart, he'd best bring them into the light. "What you do mean?" he asked, wary. "Secrets, Stanley. We all have our secrets." "Yes, we do. And some secrets are meant to be secrets, while others will eat away at your heart like a cancer. I've seen whole churches crumble over a single indiscretion that was swept under the rug. But the rug can only cover so much, Stanley." He left the meeting assuring himself that the bishop had spoken in broad general terms. He'd swept 100 small indiscretions under the rug in his time, but nothing worthy of the glint in the bishop's eyes when he said secrets. There was Sally, of course. There was a possibility that some fool said something out of turn about Sally. But that had been 14 years ago. "Welcome to paradise, population." The sign was missing. Wind. Jordan turned the corner into paradise and immediately pumped the brake. Blowing dust blasted by, he dropped his eyes to the road's yellow lines to guide him in the early morning light. The road leveled out and ran straight through the town without a bend. By the time Jordan passed the first outlying house, his orientation began to fail him. Following the yellow line made him dizzy. The theater loomed on his right. He followed its outline. Looked different. Somehow. He couldn't see worth a darn, but the car slammed into something. A joint-wrenching crash, shattering glass. His head snapped forward and hit the steering wheel. The fact that he'd been creeping along at under 10 miles an hour saved him from any serious injury. Jordan cursed, something he could only do alone in his car. He shoved his door open, climbed out, and staggered around to the hood. The Starlight sign lay smashed on the blacktop. His bumper had hit one of the support poles, buckling the chrome under the car. The pole must have ripped a hose from the radiator, because it whistled with the wind. Jordan stared unbelieving at the ruined landmark. His eyes followed the poles back to where they had been chopped. He swore again. Past the poles, the theater's front wall had been stripped of its siding. Slashed to ribbons. As far as he could see, which wasn't terribly far, the buildings had taken a beating. Telephone poles, shattered doors, branches, and an assortment of broken beyond recognition appliances littered the place. He saw the silhouette of the church like a ghost in the wind and wondered about its condition. He turned toward it, squinting through the whipping sand. Leaves blasted by. Brown fall leaves in the middle of summer. Jordan began to run. Hell, a selfish little thought crossed his mind. Conditions like these would undoubtedly keep a few farmers from attending the morning service. But a much bigger voice chased that possibility. Not a soul, Stanley. Not a single soul will come to hear your pathetic sermon. For all he knew, they were all dead. No, not possible. To his right the black sky framed Claude's store. A store that should have a large blue sign along the length of the building 3 feet above the door. One side of the large sign banged against the wall in the wind. Stubborn. Fragments of broken glass jutted from wooden window frames like frozen claws. The door was gone. Jordan felt gooseflesh ripple up his arms. This was not the work of wind. Who could have done this? The telephone pole next to Claude's convenience store lay across the sidewalk. He stepped over it. Smithers' saloon was even worse off. The collapsed steps left a 3-foot rise to the gaping door frame. The town's only bench had been reduced to matchsticks along the gravel walk. Surely they wouldn't have trashed the church. Jordan was about to plunge ahead when he saw yellow light flicker in the bar's window. Someone was inside at this hour. He ran to the saloon, jumped onto the trashed landing, and shoved the dangling door aside. He stepped in and scanned the interior of Smithers' saloon. A small fire at the center of the room spewed white smoke to the ceiling. And for a moment Jordan thought the saloon was ablaze, but then he saw it was a campfire of sorts, fed by broken table legs that formed a teepee over the flames. The bar lay chopped to kindling. The broken glass of 100 bottles covered the floor. Only one table remained standing. And around the table sat 3 chairs, sagging under the weight of 3. Jordan stepped over the rubble. 2 men and a boy, resembling Claude Bowers, Chris Ingalls, and Claude's boy, Peter, respectively, all leaned on the table, clutching bottles of booze, looking at him through drooping eyes. A toppled can of beer fed a pool of liquid that glistened in the flames. They saw him and then returned their focus on the spilt malt. Dirt matted their hair. Ash streaked their faces. Something had torn their clothing to shreds. Chris Ingalls wore a sling on his right arm. "Hi, Stanley," Chris said without looking at him. At first Jordan couldn't find the voice to respond. "Hi, Stanley." What was he supposed to say? "Oh, hi, Chris. Having a bad day, are we? I see you have a nice fire going. Do you mind if I join you?" What Chris needed was a good palm to the cheek. A thundering crash, upside his right ear. "Wake up, boy. What do you think you're doing?" But Claude was the leader here. Jordan could see it in his face, below all that crud. "Claude, what are you doing?" The big Swede turned his head and stared at him. The flames, reflection, danced in his glassy eyes. "Hi, Stan." He looked back at the table. Peter glanced his way for a second, took a swig from the bottle in his hand, and turned back to the reflection of flames in the spilt beer. Jordan walked up to the table and gave it a good shove. "What's wrong with you guys? Wake up, for crying out loud. You're going to burn this place down." The amber liquid spilled over their laps as the table tipped. Claude's eyes snapped wide, as if an electrode had just hit the muscle controlling his eyelids, and Jordan immediately knew that he might be in a spot of trouble. Claude. The others came to their feet as well, gawking in disbelief at the table. "Wah, what happened?" Chris stammered. The stupidity of the question shoved Jordan into an offensive gear. The best defense is sometimes a good offense. Sometimes, like when your opponent is a drooling fool wondering why his hands are on his arms. "What have you done to the town? Look at this place, you've trashed it." All 3 of their stares turned to him. "We didn't do this," Peter said. "Then who did?" "Black did it," Peter said. "He told us to do it." "Black? How was that possible? How could anyone turn men so quickly?" "He's just a traveling salesman," Jordan said. "He couldn't do this. He's a salesman and he's selling a lot." Claude grinned. "You think we care about your lousy church? You should go look at it now. I don't think you're gonna be preaching too much there anymore." Claude's son snickered. He could see it in his mind's eye. The pews hacked up like these tables, the carpet peeled back in long maroon strips, the cross blazing on the wall like at one of those KKK meetings. Jordan launched himself at the 3 figures, and he knew with his first step that he was about to experience a great deal of pain. Jordan never actually reached them. Claude's fist reached his forehead. First, like a sledgehammer. Wham! He collapsed, belly down on the table, his arms draping limply over the "What should we do with him?" "Let's get rid of him," Claude said. They pulled him from the table and hauled him like a sack of onions. They heaved him into a hole. He crumpled to the floor. A door slammed. A latch was locked. "They've thrown you into a grave." His brain crawled through the haze. "You belong in a grave, buried with the rest of your indiscretions. Your secrets." Jordan opened his eyes. A cool, damp breeze ran across his face. The smell of fresh dirt filled his nostrils, the kind of dirt found 6 feet under. But the space around him wasn't the 2x7 of a casket, it was more like 10x10. A sliver of light penetrated some boards above him. They had dropped him in the saloon's root cellar. Chapter 27. The Monastery. Sunday morning. Billy opened the ink jar, dabbed the quill into the liquid, and sent his mind to paradise. Except for the torch that popped and licked at the ancient walls, only his breathing sounded in the chamber. The quill hovered a centimeter above the blank page. Perspiration beaded his forehead and he brought his left wrist across his brow. The idea of his sweat falling to the page seemed profane, which in turn struck him as ridiculous, considering where he was. He'd written 1,000 stories above, where he was taught to write, encouraged to write. But down here, the writing was different. In fact, it was the writing that drew him now more than the worms. The monk was right, the writing attracted them all. He focused on a minute droplet of red ink glistening on the pen's very tip. He lowered the tip to the page, watching the gap between it and the paper close. His breathing came to a ragged halt. He swallowed and pressed down. The pen made contact with the paper, and Billy's world seemed to erupt with light, like a strobe in a pitch-dark cell. A tone hummed through his mind. As if the pen had struck a tuning fork in his skull. A window in his mind blew open. He grinned at the thought of the preacher, sitting in the root cellar. Now how do you like your paradise? What do you think of your little church now? The red words on the page before him glistened, and he blew across the paper to speed their drying. He dipped the quill in the ink jar again. Easy, bringing the preacher to his knees on the cellar floor, cold and damp. Shivering in the darkness, it had been the monk's idea to write a story about paradise. And why not? He had heard a little of the nearby town, and what he didn't know, the monk told him. Details of the setting, names of characters. A basic plot that suggested a kind of story Billy had never explored before. A story of evil, loosed. The story was like nothing he'd ever written, and Billy figured it was. Because of the worm salve. When he wrote, he actually felt like he was in the story with real characters who had minds of their own, like all really good stories, only much better. How many times had he written something, paused, realized that the character didn't want to do it that way, written again and again until finally he got it right and the character did things his way. Or was it the character's way? This was the most realistic story he could ever imagine. Billy laid the tip to the paper. What do you want, Stanley? I want what I had. And what did you have, Stan, that you don't have now? Warmth. A bed. Light. More. Stan. What do you really want? Power. Grace and hope. Maybe I shouldn't have. Well, if you stand up right now and cry like a baby and beat your head on the wall until it is bloody, I'll give you some power. Billy chuckled. He brought his free hand to his neck and scratched. He could fully imagine Stan's situation at this very moment. He could smell the musty dirt and see the darkness. He was inside Stan the man's mind. Of course he was. Stan was his character. But right now, Stan didn't want to stand up and hit his head against the wall. He was considering it, but this wasn't where the character wanted to go. Billy wrote again. Then instead lay there and sulk. You stuffed up fool. I am in a very bad way. I'll lay here for a while. Good enough. Time to move on to another character. Darcy. The girl beside him didn't turn from her writing. Billy rubbed his fingers into his shirt. The annoying infections were chronic, a rash of systemic boils. He'd tried bandages, but they wouldn't stick to his oily skin. Washing the area only seemed to keep the flesh clean for an hour. Only the worms, ointment held the sores at bay. And then only as long as he managed to avoid scratching, which proved almost impossible. The other students suffered the same already, in less than a day. The disease overtook them much faster. This as much as the writing would keep them in the dungeons where they could access a ready supply of the ointment. They ventured upstairs to the dining hall for short raiding trips only, before returning to the great library the monk had shown. You've already ruined the tables, Billy observed after Paul and the others occupied the great library for only a few hours. We don't like the tables, Paul answered. They're too wet and slimy. They're wet and slimy because you've spread that worm stuff all over them. Yes, well, we don't like them anymore. Billy gave up. Just don't let any of the others come to my hall. Keep them here. Sure. How many worms do you think you have in that tunnel? I don't know. What difference does it make? We have 338 in our hall alone, Paul said. But I think they all want to be here with us. What do you think? I think you're wasting your time thinking about these stupid worms, instead of writing our story. He left Paul standing in the hall just outside the library. That was last night. It was the last time he'd seen him. Billy looked around the study. Apart from sludge stains all over the carpet and sofa, his study had survived the brots. Now only he and Darcy used the study. Darcy grunted and brought her fingernails to her neck. Billy watched, revolted, as she scratched a wide swath of skin away, oblivious to any pain or blood. She resumed her writing, smiling. She smeared a large streak of blood along the margin of her page without noticing. She was writing some of the women. Women could be quite engrossing. Billy closed his eyes and thought about Stanley again. Stan the man. You should have run, Stan the man. Now you're in the can without a plan. He bent over he wrote for an hour, lost in the valley below, his senses dulled to everything but the story that he brought to life in his mind. And then he took a short walk through the hall to stretch. His mind drifted back to the debate that he'd won so easily. Seemed like a week ago. Technically, if he remembered right, he could now do whatever he wanted upstairs. Funny thing, though, he didn't care about what happened upstairs anymore. As long as they left him alone to write down here, the monkeys upstairs could do whatever they wanted. Billy patted lightly on the cold stone, warm and dazed. An image of Paul, smiling at the entrance of the larger library popped into his mind. Do you know how many worms you have? Billy shoved his hand into his pocket. It was slightly mushy but for the most part empty. Restocking worm gel would be a good idea. He held his torch to the wall and dipped his hand into a thick layer of the ointment. Billy was stuffing his pockets when it occurred to him that there were no worms within the circle of light cast by his flame. He turned and walked along the wall, expecting a slug to appear in the light. But none did. Gone. Billy began to run. Where were they? They couldn't have just left. Slug. Slime still crisscrossed the walls, but it would eventually run out. Maybe even dry up, leaving nothing but crusty trails. He and Darcy needed the worms. He ran a full 100 meters beyond the study, but the walls were vacant. Near panic now, Billy sprinted for the study. He had to get Darcy. Maybe they should find buckets and fill them with what ointment still clung to the walls. Store it in a cool damp corner, hidden from the others. Yes, they should do at least that. Maybe barricade their tunnel to keep the others out altogether. Then he and Darcy could write in peace surrounded by buckets of worm gel. Finish their story. But then how would Darcy? He retreated quickly to snatch up his torch, then jumped back into the study and faced a glassy-eyed Darcy, pen still cocked in her right hand. The worms are gone. She was overdosed on writing. He leaned forward and yelled again. You hear me? The worms are gone. She blinked and set her pen down. Worms. Come on. Snap out of it. Yes, worms. He snaked his hand through the air. In a slithering motion. The worms on the walls are gone. She stood, snatched the other torch from the wall, and ran past Billy into the tunnel. He turned and followed, leaving the study dark behind him. Darcy waved her torch about the cavern and followed the orange splash of light with her head. Gone? She asked in a thin voice. You sure? You see them? They look gone to me. You check up that way. She motioned toward the black hole Billy had just searched. Yes. Come on. Darcy ran the opposite way, toward the main entrance, and Billy ran right on her heels. The slapping of their feet echoed down the tunnel. Their flames whooshed over their heads. Darcy pulled up just before the tunnel ended, and Billy had to swerve to avoid her. His foot hooked under the tail of a massive worm and he found himself diving headlong. 3 distinct thoughts crashed through his mind as his body flew through the air. The first was one of self-preservation. Heavens, I hope I don't break my neck. Maybe I should curl up and roll when I land. In that instant the second thought materialized. The worm had recoiled. When his foot struck its soft flesh, it had compressed like an accordion and raised its head into the air. Maybe it would strike at him like a cobra while he lay on the floor with a broken neck. But the third thought superseded even this danger. His flame washed across the tunnel and Billy thought, Jiminy Cricket, there's a boy dragging that worm. Billy landed with a terrible grunt and rolled to his feet. A boy did indeed stand at the worm's opposite end, gripping a rope tied around it. Paul was dragging one of their worms from their tunnel. What are you doing? Billy demanded. But he knew what Worm Boy was doing. Worm Boy was stealing one of their worms. Nothing. Paul stepped backward, tugging at the rope. The worm slid easily on its smooth belly. What do you mean nothing? Darcy snapped. That doesn't look like nothing to me. Looks to me like you're dragging a worm. One of our worms. Paul stopped his tugging and stared at them as though he were having difficulty placing their faces. After a moment he resumed his haul of the giant worm. Billy glanced at the ground and saw dozens of long mucus streaks running along the floor. This wasn't the first worm dragged down the corridor recently. Wake up, boy. You hear Darcy. What in heaven's name are you doing? Dragging our worms out of our tunnel. Paul leaned into the rope, ignoring Billy's charge. He trudged down the hall like an ox pulling a heavy sled. Billy dove for the worm's tail end. His fingers slipped through a thin layer of mucus and dug into the soft body flesh. The worm slithered on, probably completely unaware of the failed assault. Billy fell to his rear with a grunt. Paul tugged the worm. Billy felt the throbbing pain of his disturbed boils aching to the bone and grimaced. You'd think he has enough of his own. He shoved a hand into his hip pocket, withdrew a palm full of worm salve, and slapped it along the forearm hit hardest by the first fall. Man, this hurts. Don't worry, Billy. We'll get our worms back. Sooner than he might think. 2. Assuming he still has the ability to think. You see his eyes. That boy's lost it. He's out there in worm land. Come on, Billy said. Let's find some ropes. No way we can haul those slugs without ropes. Yeah. 20 minutes later Billy and Darcy slipped into the far tunnel, laden with ropes they'd found in the study. They'd formed a plan of sorts, though it amounted to no more than sneak in and steal our worms back. And if any kid gets in the way, smack them on the neck where their sores hurt most. They each held a torch and tiptoed along the corridor, hugging the right wall. Darcy watched their rear for any scoundrels who might be returning from the upper levels, and Billy took point, scanning the tunnel's face for their first worm. But when the first worm didn't appear, Billy began to wonder if this tunnel had been cleared as well. Where had that sicko put the worms if not here, in his own tunnel? Of course, there were 4 other tunnels between them. The entrance to the big library flickered in the torchlight and Billy drew up. So soon. And not one worm. Not one student, either. They were probably swinging from the chandeliers, ripping the paneling from the walls, and feasting on worm flesh. He motioned Darcy forward and crept to the doors. With a deep breath he shoved through the doors and stepped into the library's outer hall. Nothing yet. That was good. He felt Darcy's hand on his hip, and he moved down the hall toward the balcony entrance. He reached it, pried the narrow door open, and peered down into the main library. The flames of 20 torches burned along the walls, filling the room with dancing yellow light. From his position he couldn't see the tables below, but the library's eerie silence struck him as odd. Are they in there? Darcy whispered. I can't tell. I don't hear anything. Billy eased out onto the balcony and crawled to the railing on all fours. He waited for Darcy to slide in beside him and then edged his head over the 3-foot wall that bordered the upper level. The first thought that rushed through his mind was that Paul's band of brats were dead. All of them, dead. Slumped on the floor, surrounded by a thick carpet of worms, twisting slowly on the carpet at their feet. Billy caught his breath. Dead. No, they couldn't be dead. Writing. Maybe. Writing in Paul's swimming pool of worms. What? Darcy whispered. What is it? She raised her head above the railing. Good night. He's brought the worms here, Darcy said, dropping back beside him. He nodded, thinking that his heart was pounding with enough force to be heard from below. His vision grew fuzzy, and he blinked to clear it. He snaked his head back up and peered down. They'd returned the tables to the floor. Most, if not all, of Paul's students leaned over the circular tables, writing in books, seemingly unconscious of the thick blanket of slugs at their feet. Paul's lost it completely. At least their writing. How in the world had Paul managed to get the worms down there? More importantly, how would he and Darcy ever get them out? The door latch behind them opened and Billy flinched. A boy appeared on the balcony, pulling and tugging at a slug, and Billy realized that Paul was just now arriving with their worm. How had they passed him? He must have taken another route, through one of the other tunnels. The handrail, writhing in protest, and then fell to the floor 15 feet below. It landed with a mighty thump. When Billy looked back up at the balcony, Paul was gone. There was no way they could get any of these worms. They would just have to find another supply, possibly in the other tunnels or farther in their own hall. Let's get out of here, he whispered and crawled for the door. He squeezed through and led Darcy from the library. You see that? He asked as soon as they cleared the main doors. He's really flipped his lid, hasn't he? Completely. At least he has them all writing. We'll find some others. She nodded. Yeah, it took them half an hour to find another batch of worms deep in their own tunnel and drag them near the study. A few minutes later, Billy and Darcy were writing again. Billy, Darcy said after her first few strokes. You ever get the feeling that this story is, I don't know, maybe more than just a story? Actually he had. Why'd you say that? These tunnels. The worms. So many blank books. I know we're all writing these subplots that don't have a lot of meaning by themselves, but they feel like they have meaning. Like they're really happening. Yeah, well, I hope it is real. Real, period. That's what makes it so. That's why I like it. And I can tell you something, the main plot has more than a little meaning. I'm doing some damage. He grinned. I mean, we're gonna chew them up and spit them out. Whoever doesn't follow us. Whoever rejects our version of hope and grace. Whoever Black wants to. That's who. And because they're the same as the overseers and Samuel and all those pukes upstairs who don't get it, Darcy snapped. He was surprised at her tone. Billy nodded. Yeah. A moment passed with nothing to say. Then Billy and Darcy leaned over their books and began to write. Chapter 28. Paradise. Sunday morning. Johnny awoke late Sunday morning. Nearly noon by his alarm clock. Not surprising considering he'd stayed awake till 3 expecting Claude Bowers to beat down his door. He glanced at the window, half expecting a grinning face. It took him a few long seconds, squinting his eyes at the blinds to realize that something had changed. For the first time in 5 days, the sun's rays replaced the perpetual dusk framed in his window. He jumped off his bed, bounded across the room, and yanked the blinds open. A white sky blinded him. In that one blast of light, the fear fell from his heart like loosed shackles and he could hardly stifle a cry of delight. Samuel. Johnny grabbed his 3-day-old T-shirt from the bedpost and pulled it over his head with trembling arms. The town had changed. How much, though, Mom? He jumped into his jeans, pulled on his shoes, and ran into the hall. Mom. No response. He opened her door. She lay unmoving under the sheets. Mom. Dead to the world. Still, the sky had changed. That was a start. Johnny hurried through the living room and out onto the porch. Several clouds still dotted the sky, but they weren't nearly as dark as before. Saw something like the aftermath of a tornado that had touched down, ripped up the town, then vanished. Rows of miniature sand dunes, each about a foot tall, ran like ribbons over Main Street. He looked south. The business section had been trashed. The Starlight Theater's sign had toppled to the street. Then Johnny saw the man standing in the middle of the road next to the theater. He straddled a mound of sand, hands on his hips, surveying the damage from the other end of town. He first thought it was black, and a streak of terror hit him like lightning. But the man wore a blue uniform, not a black trench coat. Samuel's cop. Johnny scanned the town, looking for any other signs of life. Only the cop, standing on the same line that Marsubi's Black himself had first followed into town. Johnny headed for the uniformed man, praying under his breath that this was Thomas. This was a fictional character, he knew that, but looking at him now, Johnny had a hard time accepting it. He didn't look fictional. The only thing odd about him was that he didn't seem to notice Johnny. Johnny stopped 20 feet from him. Still no sign of recognition. The lawman wore mirrored sunglasses. His hair was short and his face was bronzed by the sun. The cop's legs were spread wide and his hands rested on the butts of 2 large pistols in hip holsters. His head moved slowly from left to right as he studied the town. Reminded Johnny of that movie The Terminator. Johnny's pulse spiked. He hesitated, then walked up to the man. The cop extended his right hand. Name's Thomas. He knew it. Johnny stared into the mirrored glasses, at a loss. This wasn't a real man. He was standing in front of Samuel's gunslinger. I don't bite, Thomas said. Not you anyway. He grinned briefly. Then his face went stern again. Was that Samuel talking through him? Johnny took the hand. Felt like regular flesh and blood. I'm Johnny. Thomas released his hand and smiled wide. For a moment he looked like someone different altogether. Same flesh and same clothes, but his face. Isn't this cool? Thomas said. I mean, who'd have thought this would actually work? He snapped his fingers and moved his arms and body in a little jive jig. Cool, baby. Way cool. Johnny stepped back, images of the Terminator gone. Thomas caught himself and cleared his throat. He looked at Johnny for a moment, then returned his hands to his hips and straddled the road again. Sorry about that. This is all new to me. I have to stay in character. I'm a gunslinger, son. A bona fide blue-suited gunslinger, and don't you forget that. He looked down at Johnny. You won't tell anybody about that, will you? About what? You know. Thomas removed a hand from his hip and twirled it in a tight circle. The little dance thing. It doesn't fit and there was a gun in each one. Pretty fast, huh? The guns began to spin. His arms moved in steady symmetrical patterns, more like a kung fu master than any gunslinger that Johnny had seen. Jet Li with guns. Thomas snapped the guns back into position on either side of his head. Wow. That's nothing, son. So, can you do anything you want? Like what? I don't know. Fly. I'm a gunslinger, not a bird. And even if I could fly, it wouldn't be any good to us. Thomas returned the guns to his holsters. Now, let's get down to business. Looks like you've had some trouble here. Mind telling me what happened? Didn't Samuel tell you? Samuel. Never mind anyone named Samuel right now. Just tell me everything. Johnny led the cop behind the old theater and told him everything, starting with Black walking into town and ending with the meeting last night. Everything except his trip to the monastery. He assumed that Samuel wanted to keep Thomas focused on paradise, although for all practical purposes, Thomas was Samuel, wasn't he? Then again, maybe not. This was new territory. Maybe fictional characters could develop a mind of their own. Thomas listened. Every now and then he drew his guns and spun them like batons. To keep fresh, he said. When Johnny finished, the cop took a deep breath and removed his glasses. And twirled them. You're braver than most kids. Gotta hand it to you. Thomas placed a hand on his shoulder and squeezed gently. Don't worry. We're going to clean this mess up. Black may have a few tricks, but then so do I. Yeah, about that. How does the we part work? You just leave that to me. It may be we, but we follow me, comprende? Comprende. Now. The cop withdrew one gun, snapped the safety off, and cocked it up by his right ear. Where do you suppose we might find these scoundrels? Johnny walked to the corner and looked up the street. I'd start with the saloon. Either there or in the church. But they might still be sleeping in their houses too. A lot of people are sleeping a lot around here. Thomas nodded at Smithers' saloon. Saloon. Smithers' saloon. Follow me. The saloon's exterior was trashed nearly beyond recognition. Of 3 steps that led to the landing, only the top one remained. Johnny stopped 10 yards in front of it. The streets were still bare. This surprised Johnny. He thought that people would start coming out of their homes when they saw the change in the weather. Then again, Billy had a lot of help now. Could get nasty. Thomas took his sunglasses off and stowed them in his pocket. His hazel eyes flashed with mischief. When you said that flying wouldn't help us, Johnny said, it was because what matters here is what people think, right? You have to change their hearts and minds, not just throw them all in jail. That's right, son. But a little butt kicking never hurt anyone. But you don't want to be too obvious, right? Black's out there somewhere. We don't want the wrong idea to make it back up the mountain. He figured talking in code would be acceptable, although there was no one to hear them anyway. Unfortunately, yes. Thomas cocked his head and studied the door. Do you think it would be too obvious if I kicked the door in? Not really. Cops do that all the time in the movies. Thomas held Johnny in his gaze for a second, then winked. Goody. Then he took 3 long steps, launched himself effortlessly into the air, planted one foot on the top step, and flew for the door. He hit it with both feet extended. Crash. The door popped off its hinges and disappeared into the darkness with Thomas aboard. Johnny glanced around the town. Not exactly your typical kicking down the door thing, not even in the movies. He hoped Black wasn't watching. He wouldn't mind getting his hands on one of those books. Course, it might not work for him. He probably didn't have the simple kind of belief that Samuel or the other kids in the monastery had. Johnny jumped up and peered through the open doorway. Thomas stood on top of the door, like a surfer on his board, gun drawn. The saloon had been gutted by fire. Blackened wood smoldered around the perimeter. The tables, the pool table, the bar, every bit of it lay in ashes, and Johnny wondered why the frame hadn't gone up as well. Wow. They both turned their heads to the sound of a muffled cry somewhere. Down low. You hear that? Johnny whispered. This place have a basement. There's a root cellar. Show me. Johnny picked his way across the room toward the storage room. Heat rose from the charred floor, although he now saw that someone had doused it with water. Probably what saved the building. A blackened lock with a master logo hung stubbornly on the blistered root cellar door. Here it is. Johnny stepped aside. Call out to them, Thomas said. Just call out. Don't tell them I'm here. Just try to get a response so we know who we're dealing with. Pretty smart. Anybody in there? Down here. Help me. A muffled voice cried. Johnny could swear he'd heard that voice 1,000 times. Thomas cocked an eyebrow. I'm not sure, Johnny said. Try. He did. This time he knew the voice. Knew it because he had heard it 1,000 times. Stanley Jordan was back in town. I'm pretty sure it is the preacher. Black. No, Father Jordan. He must have come back last night. Thomas twirled his gun. Caught it snug. He shot without aiming. The gun boomed and bucked in his hand. Johnny flinched. When he looked back, the master lock was gone. It lay twisted and broken on the floor near the back door. Thomas raised his foot and nudged the burnt door. It creaked inward. Stanley Jordan bolted from the dark pit. His foot caught on a burnt 2x4, and he sprawled across the floor with a loud grunt. Jordan pushed himself up and attempted to brush himself off. Soot streaked the man's face and his hand. Jordan followed Johnny's stare to his right hand. A single splinter the size of a ballpoint ink refill ran out from under his index fingernail. The man's hand began to tremble and he grabbed it to hold it still. Oh, dear God. Thomas reached out and placed a comforting arm on Jordan's shoulder. Tell you what, Father. He took Jordan's hand in his own. I'm going to have to. Before the trembling man knew what was happening, the cop yanked the stick. Pull this out. Jordan stared at his hand in shock. Then he did a strange thing for someone as uptight and highbrow as he tried to make himself out to be. He rested his head on the cop's shoulder and began to cry in earnest. For a full minute he sobbed into the officer's uniform, and Thomas just patted his back, like a father comforting a baby. No soothing words, thank God. Definitely be out of character. As soon as Johnny had completed the thought, Thomas said, That's it. Stanley, just let it all out. He looked at Johnny and raised a brow. Johnny shook his head. No, Thomas, not cool. Jordan quieted. He backed away from Thomas, cleared his throat, and lifted his head. Sorry. He straightened his shirt. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. You want to tell us who threw you in the cellar? Thomas asked. Claude, he answered. Claude Bowers, his son, Peter, and Chris Ingalls. They're the ones who gutted the theater, Johnny said. Okay, what say we go around this town and round up some crazies? Thomas said with a wink. It's time to show them who's boss. Johnny grinned. He was feeling like a kid again. After sending Stanley Jordan home to collect himself, Thomas demanded his partner, that would be Johnny, lead him to the Bowerses' residence. Claude's door was open, but the top floor was empty. Thomas headed for the basement with Johnny cautiously behind. The cop descended the stairs in silence, peering around the corner. A grin nudged his lips. He stepped into the basement, withdrawing both guns. Legs spread, guns cocked, Thomas faced the dim light beyond. Johnny eased down the steps and craned his neck around the corner for a view. Claude, Chris, Peter, and 7 or 8 other. Rise and shine, Thomas yelled. Morning is here. Like a turtle watching a passing seagull, Claude Bowers turned his head toward the sound. His glassy, bloodshot eyes were only half open. The thought processing slowly in that thick head must have registered the sum of the matter, because his eyelids snapped open and he sat up straight. Hi, Claude, Thomas said. The big man's upper lip lifted in a snarl. The others rustled around him, like bats waking from their slumber. Thomas leveled his revolver at Claude's head. Then he brought it back to his ear quickly, paused, and leveled it again. He repeated this twice. Why? Johnny had no idea. Get up, Claude. Drop the bottle and put your hands on your head. Thomas leveled his second gun. The rest of you too. Hands on your heads. Most rose slowly to their feet. 2 remained slumped in their chairs. Claude eyed the gun without moving. Johnny watched his chest rise and fall. The man's upper lip glistened with sweat and twitched periodically, as if his circuits might be shorting. And he wasn't putting his hands on his head. On the contrary, Johnny thought he might throw himself at Thomas and beat him to a pulp. He was twice the cop's size. Thomas motioned to the 2 crazies who hadn't responded. Rise and shine up. Chris kicked his boot into the men's sides. Get up, you lazy vomit bags. Thomas didn't move. He'd offered half of his back to the Swede by turning to the 2 men who now struggled to their feet. Johnny watched the scene unfold with a knot in his throat. Claude thundered forward, a runaway train. Thomas still didn't seem to notice. At the last possible instant, just before Claude's lowered head reached Thomas's, the cop dropped to a crouch and threw one leg forward for balance. He lifted his shoulders as Claude's knees struck him, then stood and sent the Swede catapulting headlong over him. Claude struck the wall like a battering ram. The Swede dropped on the carpet, unconscious, maybe dead. Thomas waved his gun at the others, still ignoring Claude. The first man who lowers his hands gets a bullet in the knee. You all hear that? I want you to nod if you understand me. No need getting your knee blown off just because you're too wasted to hear me. They all nodded except for the 2 who'd just stood. You 2 understand. You drop your hands and I'll blow your kneecaps off. Nod if you understand. They nodded. Okay. Let's all take a little trip together. Thomas reached down, withdrew a smaller pistol from his boot, and handed it to Johnny. Stand at the top of the stairs. If any of these men makes a move on me, you pull that trigger. Can you do that? Johnny took the revolver carefully, feeling the cold stainless steel in his hands. He'd shot a gun plenty of times, but not like Samuel would never suggest he kill anyone. Which must mean that Thomas, although inspired and directed by Samuel, could work on his own as well. Did Samuel know this? Johnny looked at Claude. What about him? Claude's face was turned to one side and his lips were smashed up into his cheeks. Thomas knelt and raised one of Claude's eyelids. He slapped Claude's cheek. The man groaned and moved his arms and legs, then lay still. Wake up, Claude, Thomas said. Get your large self off the ground. The big Swede struggled to his knees, then stood unsteadily. Let's go. Up the stairs. Hands high. Johnny scrambled up the stairwell. The sun was out, the wind was down, and they were locking up the bad guys. It was going to be a good day. One by one they plodded past the cop and climbed the stairs. It took 5 minutes to march them single file to the church, where Thomas ushered them into the kitchen. He and Johnny removed the knives and other sharp instruments from the drawers and back to the door. Try not to kill each other in here. And get some sleep. Thomas locked. Chapter 29. The Monastery. Sunday afternoon. Samuel skipped down the hall, mouth spread in an open smile, taking in so much air with each breath that he thought he might choke on it. It had been a good day. He had to tell Christine and Tyler, who were waiting in the library. Everything was going to be okay now. He had ridden Thomas into paradise, and he was sure that paradise held the key to break the power that now gripped the other students' minds. Billy didn't seem to know what to do about Thomas, and Marsuvi's Black was evidently frightened off by the presence of a real cop. This had to mean that neither was wise to the fact that Thomas was fictional. Samuel had shown his father the pages he wrote, and his father walked to the cupboard with a fresh excitement. He pulled out a tall flask, lifted it triumphantly into the air. A toast. A bit premature, isn't it? Andrew said. Every good thing is worthy of celebration, his father said, pouring the liquid into crystal glasses. He winked at Samuel. It had been a good day indeed. Samuel rounded the corner into the library, heard sudden cries of rage, and stopped. Billy Two thoughts collided. I must help Billy. Thank goodness he's here. And Billy. Oh no, not Billy. The monastery's main library was appropriately named the Field of Books. Scores of bookcases were arranged in a natural setting, complete with a grassy lawn, trees, and flower gardens. High above, a domed ceiling allowed light to flood the lawn. Samuel walked around the peripheral bookcases and saw 7 or 8 students by the tall oak tree arguing among themselves. He quickly scanned the library. Christine and Tyler weren't here. Billy and Darcy yelled and waved accusing arms at a group of 6 children, who stood with slumped shoulders. Only Billy's red hair and scratchy voice identified him clearly. Large red and blue blotches covered the boy's puffy face. His bare arms were lumpy with sores. The disease was so advanced. Samuel was overcome by an urge to run down the hill and throw his arms around the boy. Come back, Billy, he would say. It's okay. We love you, Billy. He leaned against the bookcase as grief swept over him. Tears slipped down his cheeks despite his best effort to hold them back. He took a deep breath, sniffed, wiped his sleeve across his eyes, and pushed off the bookcase. Well, Thomas had cleaned up paradise. Now Samuel would clean up Billy. He was halfway to them when Billy saw him and stopped his arguing. Mid-sentence, right arm still outstretched toward one of the boys. Don't run, Billy. Please don't run. Billy did not run, maybe could not run. If the sores didn't hamper his movement, the shock at seeing Samuel must have, because he didn't even find the presence of mind to drop his arm. The others faced Samuel, one by one. Their faces were as disfigured by boils as Billy's. They'd smeared that gel over their entire bodies, including hair and clothes. Darcy, what are you doing here? Darcy asked. Samuel wondered if she had assumed leadership of the group. I live here. Remember, Darcy. He paused. You guys getting enough to eat? It sounded dumb really, pretending nutrition was a matter of concern. Considering their present condition, asking whether they had taken a bath lately might be more appropriate. We have plenty to eat in the cafeteria, you know. Shut up, Samuel. Darcy snapped. Billy won the debate, not you. Billy just stood there, lost. How about you, Billy? Is there anything I can get for you? Sure, it sounded ridiculous, but he meant it. Those sores look like they hurt. Maybe we should get you some medical help. I'm sure we have some medicine in the infirmary that would help. Shut up, Samuel. Darcy said again. Just shut up. Billy finally broke his stare and glanced at Darcy. Yeah, shut up, Samuel. Samuel nodded and felt pity rising in his throat again. We miss you, Billy, he said. I miss you. I wish you would just come back before anything really bad happens. Anything really bad, Billy said. And what's really bad, Samuel? Lots of things. You don't look so good. The whole project is being threatened. Paradise is having some problems. Paradise is having some problems, Darcy mocked, wagging her head. What do you know about paradise anyway? He shouldn't have brought it up. Then let's talk about you. What kind of salve is that, Billy? Darcy answered again. None of your business. This is our worm paste, and it is none of your stinking business what it is, you understand. So quit bugging us. Worm paste. Does it help the pain? No, we're just wearing the stinking stuff 'cause we can't find our coats. Of course it does. So just quit bugging us. The eloquent, polished Darcy he once knew so well had regressed. She was speaking like a 7-year-old brat. But at least she was talking. It comes from worms, Samuel asked. It comes from the worms, a young boy said to Samuel's left. The boy's eyes were nearly swollen shut. Samuel didn't even recognize the student. What's your name? The boy glanced at Billy and answered. Bob, he said. Bob. This was Bob. Do your sores hurt, Bob? Yes. And the salve helps the pain. A single, soft sob broke the silence. Samuel spotted the thin girl behind. Darcy. Shut up, Shannon, Darcy said, but her voice was less demanding. The young girl tilted her face into her hands and started to cry softly. Samuel glanced at Billy and saw the boy staring at Shannon with tender eyes. And then another child on Shannon's left began to cry. Billy lowered his eyes and nudged the grass with his shoe. So, the boy's heart still pumped red blood and swelled with real emotions. A gentle hand on his shoulder startled Samuel. He turned to find Christine and Tyler standing there, smiling. Samuel acknowledged them with a nod and faced Billy again. Billy was horribly deformed, bleeding, and covered in a disgusting salve. But Samuel saw a lost, lonely orphan, confused and dejected, mortally wounded and desperately wanting love. Emotions swelled in his chest. He felt his legs moving under him, carrying him to his old friend. He knew it was crazy, but he couldn't stop himself. And to make matters worse, he began to cry. He reached Billy, completely not caring about the smell and the sores and the salve, and he encircled the boy's body with his arms and held him gently. Billy froze. "I'm sorry, Billy," Samuel said. "I'm so sorry." Christine and Tyler walked behind Billy and gently laid their hands on him. They stood in silence for several seconds. And then the beautiful, awkward moment ended, and Samuel dropped his arms. Billy stood still for a moment, his head bowed. He nudged the grass. Samuel tried to wipe the tears from his eyes, but he couldn't because of the salve on his hands and arms. "Boy, do they need a bath," Christine said, sniffing her hand. "And now I suppose we do too," Samuel said. "As soon as possible. I think this stuff messes with the mind." Samuel watched the students exit the library. A few short days ago they would have been laughing at someone's joke, or talking in urgent tones about a theory raised in class. But they'd chosen Billy's path. A path to freedom, they claimed, to the discovery of their true selves, to the creator in all of them. Well, they had discovered something all right, but it resembled slavery more than freedom. How's paradise? Christine